All right. Morning, Lord Jeremy. How are you? So, Psych checked in, which was lovely to see. He hasn't been genocided yet. It's good to know. He sent me a video. It was very interesting, actually. It's Christopher Rufo. Sounds like he's laying down the gauntlet, trying to poke at the IDW folks. So, I think Contriver's going to join in, and I hope to hear back from Psych and Emmanuel. I know things are pretty bad in South Africa right now, and I don't know what their power situation is like and if they can even join a stream. But Better Bachelor did a bit. Usually I should find that and share it. Better Bachelor did a bit on South Africa. And he is totally right. Yeah. Hey Lou, how are you? Yeah, check this out.
Guys, welcome to Better Bachelor. My name is Joker with a face for radio and a voice for print. I'm going to start doing a little bit more, I don't know if you'd call them news-ish stories or just kind of articles and information I find as I surf the web for the craziness that is my life and the content that I do. But a lot of times I come across this stuff and I say, well, is this men's content? And then when we're talking about finances or collapse or tough times or bad times happening, I say, yeah, this is something I think that should be shared. The story I have here, if you remember, sometime I think late last year, Octoberish maybe, November, something like that, I talked about Sri Lanka and some of these other countries that went with the ESG and diversity hires and everything else, how they're starting to collapse.
Yep.
Well, it seems now South Africa is coming up, and it may be the next to collapse. If any of you are in South Africa, I would love for you to post down below. Give us a detailed update. I will happily pin that underneath the video so we can get more information. This is a thread that I found as I was searching the interwebs from a guy named Zombieland. He's K9_Reaper. He says he's urban ops focused on conflict within South Africa. He's a first responder and a volunteer. And apparently he lives there and kind of keeps his nose on the ground. And I think this can be a foretelling of the bad times to come. And a lot of times, you know, it's very easy to get to a place where you say, you know what, that'll never happen here. Now, granted, South Africa is much more, has many more issues than many westernized countries, but it's already starting to pop up even in Western countries a little bit. And so is South Africa the canary in the coal mine? Is it what's going to eventually happen in another 2, 3, 5, 10 years here in the United States or in Western Europe or in Australia or New Zealand, whatever? And that's why I think it's important we talk about things again. So maybe you can start aligning your short, middle, long-term plans to be prepared for stuff like this. So he says South Africa has collapsed. Here's why. He says part 1, intro, wasteland, societal collapse, final outcome, and part 5, doing good. So he says part 1, South Africa is a beautiful country and home to many unique languages and cultures such as Afrikaner or Boer. We have a base load of around 70 million people. Access to both sea and land trade are considered a great tourist destination. We live in a truly beautiful country, a place like no other. Our winters are short and summers long. Our country is huge, too. I love this land, as did my forefathers who built it. But here's what they're not telling you. He says, buckle up. Our infrastructure is just short of completely obliterated. Infrastructure required for immediate and long-term access to life in general is either non-existent or hanging in by a string. Here's the short list. Sewage treatment works. More than half are offline, and those that are working aren't effective. And then he has, now for all of you just listening, he has links to the stories, the news articles that he's reporting from. Let me just pause here and say, are we not seeing rail derailments, almost 1,000 a year here in the United States? Of course, we just had what happened in Palestine, Ohio, but there's been videos. Matter of fact, I posted one on my Twitter page where you can see trains derailing, where the wooden ties that are under the railroad tracks are getting shifted to the point where the tracks are now uneven. They go up and go down, they wiggle left and right. And trains are having to slow down to 5 and 10 miles an hour just to get through. And the video I have on my Twitter feed shows one that just a couple of ties wiggle out from underneath it. There's a sag, and the whole train just slowly rolls off the track. It happened in Michigan last year. We're supposedly spending $1 trillion of our money for infrastructure. Biden said he was going to do this about 2 years ago, yet nothing has changed. Where did that money go? Just something to keep in mind.
You know what? I think Joker needs to check out Sykes' channel, because Sykes' been talking about this shit for years. So I'm going to link this here just for him. You know what? Okay. Yeah, we need to catch up soon, Lou. Have fun at church. All right. I'm going to bring up what Sykes sent me, though, because this is the good stuff.
A number of years ago, there was a phenomenon called IDW, or the intellectual dark web. And this was a group of academics and writers and public intellectuals who were challenging the woke orthodoxy. They were raising the alarm about problems in academia. And they were really the first core set of people to challenge what we're seeing now as BLM ideology, as radical gender theory, and as progressive governance of America's cities. And I, like many people, was fascinated by this development. I liked many of the voices that were there. You know, you had Dave Rubin was kind of a central organizing point with his Rubin report. You had people like Jordan Peterson, the Weinstein brothers, Sam Harris, Quillette Magazine, and a number of other people who had all, I think, very bravely and courageously at the time, challenged what was happening in America's institutions, and really especially drove some serious attention to institutional problems, say, for example, in academia. But if we fast forward now a number of years, I think we have to make the argument that the IDW is a spent force. In some ways, like President Trump, it served an initial purpose to shake up the status quo. But in the case of the IDW, I'm going to argue that it was unable to offer a solution, and in fact, unable to even arrive at the necessity of a solution itself.
You know why? Because all the goddamn feminists influencing these great minds. Hey, Contriver, you there? You're muted. All right, I'm going to continue playing. Chime in when you get set up.
And so you have a scattering. I think even a lot of the people, and I know I've talked about this with some of them, would say that the IDW has scattered. People have gone in different directions. It's not a coherent intellectual force as it once was. And I think that if you look at it, there's a couple reasons for this, but it starts with the sequence of events over the last few years since this group rose to prominence. And I think there are really three key decision points that started this splintering. that started this decomposition of the group that revealed that it wasn't an intellectually coherent group, but actually kind of an alliance of convenience against an orthodoxy, but not for a replacement or a substitution to that orthodoxy. The first was Trump. Look, a lot of the people in the IDW, the more centrist types, were horrified by President Trump.
Oh yeah, deranged.
They didn't want to get anywhere near him. They thought that he was a kind of incarnation of evil and anti-intellectualism, corruption, and a really distasteful skin coloration. The most famous, of course, is Sam Harris, who basically tapped out at Trump and said, if anyone is going in the direction of Trump, I'm going the total opposite direction.
See, and you know what? That confused me a whole hell of a lot, because that dude is neuroscientist, super rational dude, and he got Trump deranged. Like, I wonder how much of a feminist his fucking wife is.
Like whom? By the way, hi Ma.
Hey, what's happening, contriver?
I'm better than I deserve.
Yeah. No, Sam Harris. When
Oh yes,
Yeah.
that clinical psychologist is only good at making fun of some religious zealots. I mean, he is
Right.
nothing special in regards to being a clinical psychologist or a neuropsychologist or whatever he calls himself. Just
Yeah.
like Jordan Peterson, just like there is another chap called Gadsad
I love
from
Godsad.
Canada.
Yeah.
Yes, he is very
Yeah.
good regarding his evolutionary psychology as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I listen to everyone. I used to listen to all these fools.
Right?
Yes, but who was that man who is a conservative? He used to be in Secret Service, and he said to Don Lemon on his show, "You are just a TV guy, and what do you know about the Secret Service?"
No.
And things like that. He's actually a Latino. I'm uh, I'm I'm actually forgetting his name. He had a video, and on that video, Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino.
Yeah. Hey, Peng, how
Yes.
are you?
Hello, Peng. Hello, Lord Jeremy, Mr.
Penguin.
Fatherfish. Hello, everyone. So, he made a video, and on that video, it was just like a criminal files sort of a book he released, and it was just written in the style of police files.
Mm.
And that man is so smart that while he was in the Secret Service, he completed his MBA in international business.
Wow.
He was so good. So I take I take inspiration from wherever I could get my hands on, from you, from other people like
Yeah.
him as well.
Yeah.
So he made a video and he said that, do you people know that President Trump in the run up to the presidential polls was being snooped upon through the Trump Tower? But who was the one who actually broke the news to him, and it actually made Trump get away from the Trump Tower, and he is settled down in the golf course where he has a little bit of property, real estate over there, and he was playing golf and all that. Even after winning the elections, when he has not taken oath, and uh, the previous dispensation was still continuing, Bob Hannigan and all these other people. There was a three-star Navy admiral who used to work in the NSA as well. His name was Mike Rogers. He was the white hat who actually met with him and told him, "Sir, you are being snooped upon. Your Trump Tower has been bugged, and that is why you have to vacate it at the earliest," which he did afterwards.
Yeah.
The second person whom he met in Trump Tower was none other than that Polynesian congresswoman from Hawaii who goes by the name Tulsi Gabbard.
Right? She's she's such a feminist. She cracks me up, man.
Exactly, but I
She's
mean,
she's trying really hard to separate herself from the other crazy bitches.
exactly. I mean, come on,
Yeah,
she has a vagina,
I
but
know.
apart from her feminazi tactics,
Hmm.
what she used to do regarding national politics and everything else, I think that she was right. And when she met him for the first time, she said, Mr. President, just end these endless wars and
Hmm.
bring back our troops home, because she has seen the cost of war approximately about others, because she was never on the front lines, never
Right,
fired a shot, even
right,
though you have to pose with the rocket launcher and so on and so forth, and that's it. I mean, it is a good photo op. I mean, the government is doing it for you. Why
mm,
wouldn't you be happy? So that is the case.
right.
So yeah, Samoan, the spirit of Koa warrior is still alive within him, within her, whatever. She was, interesting enough,
Mm.
uh, she was against LGBT before, when she
Really?
was elected. Exactly. Back in 2006, when she joined the Democratic Party in the first instance. So perhaps there might had been some military muscle memory, which talks about don't ask, don't tell sort of thing.
Right.
And from there, she moved on to uh, being very LGBT friendly.
Yeah.
And now, since she has been booted out of the bus of the Democratic Party,
Right.
thankfully enough for her case, uh, she has again gone to being, being a turf, trans exclusive radical feminist.
Well, good. We need more turfs.
Well, but if we consider this, turfs are the ones that destroyed the family unit,
Yeah.
because they were the ones who made the draconian laws and the Duluth model. It was
Yeah.
not the LGBT per se, it was pre
The tur-
Homogeddon.
the
Exactly.
turfs created those people. Now the people are booting them out.
Exactly. They are trying to dissociate so much
Yeah.
from the abomination they created, but they
Yeah.
can't.
I know. All right. Let's
Okay,
continue with this.
let's
Because
continue.
he's saying some interesting stuff. I haven't had a chance yet to listen to all of him and Jordan Peterson's discussion, but I like this video here.
And this became a process over a couple years that I think was the first of many divisions. And I like Sam Harris. I think he's a brilliant guy. I think he's insightful in many regards. But this was really the first step out of the politics of the moment, saying, nope, I'm out. I'm tapped out on this. The second was COVID and the cluster of issues surrounding the COVID pandemic, whether it was the initial lockdowns or the vaccines or the mandates and other government regulations in schools and workplaces and other institutions. You had the kind of Quillette magazine crew, Claire Lehman. They tapped out at this point. They said, we are going all in with the lockdown orthodoxy, and we're not going along with the kind of troglodyte Republicans or Governor DeSantis who want to keep their states open. We're with the scientific and technocratic experts who turned out not to be such great experts after all.
Nope.
And so they tapped out. They
Mm.
said, okay, this is the next splintering. The IDW now is splintering on those issues. And then the third, the one that I'm most familiar with, and I think is really in some ways the most decisive, is the cluster of issues around critical race theory and so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI.
So, what do all those things have in common? Good morning, Billy. Good morning, Ghost Cog. Those three things have in common that he's talking about. It's all the crazy bitches doing all the destruction. That's why I titled this "The Feminists Destroyed the IDW," because that's fucking true. The feminists in each case that he's talking about caused the division of the IDW. The men in the IDW.
What is IDW, by the way?
The intellectual dark web. It's kind of a name that they kind of
Like a QAnon group?
kind of, but it was all the
Those autistic bastards trust the plan. If one of
yeah,
them, if one of them is front of me, I just want to strangle that motherfucker.
right. Right. Right.
Most of the votes were deviated because of those. You know, I just want to kill someone, right? I'm very angry because, I mean, those people have hurt me way more than anybody else because they were the backstabbers within the camp, and
Right. Right. And
I, I
they're supposed to be the fucking smart ones, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Who was the previous NSA whom Mike? He was the three-star general, army general, former army general, General Michael or Mike someone. Lord Jeremy would know the name.
Hmm.
He was later interviewed where he was saying that I have all these federal cases upon me in the federal court, and instead of distancing the American people, distancing themselves from me, they ran towards me
Yeah.
to help me monetarily, financially, in any way, shape, or form possible,
Yeah.
and they are standing with me. So I cannot let them down. And he also proposed the idea of one nation, one law. General Mike Flynn, again, Penguin, you are right. General Michael Flynn, he said there is no plan. And so, in a way, that he actually wanted to castigate those very idiots who took over, and they were saying we are the Q army, showing that they are the Q army in the
Right.
crowd to the
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't like those people.
No, the IDW, that's all our academics.
They left a very bad impression, I would say.
Oh yeah. No, they really allowed all these crazy bitches to pretty much destroy our society. So,
See, this is in a way, if you look at it in a layman's definition, why do let us take this for instance.
mhm.
Why the IDW fell apart? Because you tried to make an organization which was just a group of like minded people lumped up together.
No, but they all came from a different discipline though, like no two of them came from the same discipline, and the majority of them came from the sciences. So
Look, the thing is, if we also take the current political scenario in any country, there
mm,
are liberals and then
hmm,
there are conservatives.
yeah.
The people who call themselves conservatives, I don't consider them as conservatives, but whatever. Let us just for the sake of argument,
Yeah.
even if that is the case, if I call them as two philosophies or two schools of life, okay,
Yeah.
so from the thought process of a conservative and from the thought process of a liberal, let
Hmm.
us just say that. So meaning in the sense that it is a philosophy
Hmm.
which actually brings together like-minded people.
Yes.
Now, If that is the case, then please tell me as to why, uh, if any organization is made apart from politics, it always fails.
Yeah.
QAnon failed, IDW failed, Justice Democrats failed, Jimmy Dore. You know who Jimmy Dore is?
That sounds familiar.
Oh, he used to work with the Young Turks previously,
Mm.
that fat bastard Cenk Uygur, and now he is going solo and he is being very pro left leaning, sort of a libertarian who used to support Tulsi Gabbard and Bernie Sanders.
Mm.
And now he has said that Alexandria Ocasio Cortez has also betrayed us because this is the thing, they elected AOC in the first place so that she would be able to raise the issues which are never raised in the Senate or the congressional hearings.
Yeah.
That was the basic premise of AOC getting elected, because she was just a bloody bartender, that
Yeah.
perra loca puta madre.
Right.
Anyways, so that puta madre, when she got elected
Hmm.
and she became a senator, now she is saying the very same, towing the very same Democratic Party line. Well, this is just the time that we cannot say, let's just hush it up, sort of a
Hmm.
thing. Hush it up. I mean, you were elected so that you could agitate over there and ask questions to the authority, this, that, and the other, all the noble activities which you were espousing.
Hmm.
But now you can't do the same when you have been elected. You are thinking about your political career, per
Yeah.
se.
Yeah. Because I
So,
think she likes it much better than bartending.
exactly.
Yeah.
So now she has an upgrade and she is not going to go back to the same
Right.
standards. So,
Right.
I mean, let us just cut out the crap when
Yeah.
someone says that we are doing this as a noble activity. It is
Right.
never about morality in the first instance.
Right.
And
By
that
the
is
way,
why, just
yeah.
I want to finish with one single sentence with your
Okay.
permission.
Go
Uh,
for it.
Organizations always fail. Philosophy never fails.
Right.
Like MGTOW philosophy. It is still
Right.
well and alive within us.
Yeah.
That's it. I'll expand on that.
Okay. By the way, good morning, Poseidon. Good to see you. Long time no see, dude.
And this is when you had really the, I think, key decision moment where you had all of the centrist types tap out, hit the button. Nope, we're gone. We think CRT is a problem. We oppose coercive DEI bureaucracies, but we are unwilling to go along with Republican politicians who want to do something about it, who want to use democratic power to restrict critical race theory, to restrict DEI bureaucracies in K through 12 schools and public universities. So at the end of these three decision points, you're left with very few people still standing. You have a splintering, you have a decomposition, you have, in really, honestly, a collapse of this movement as a coherent ideological force, intellectual force, and certainly political force. And if you look at what's underneath all of these three decision points, I think there's a single theme that was the initial and primary cause of this decay, of this idea, of this movement. It's that the IDW's value proposition was that it offered a critique. And I'll be the first to say it was a brave critique, a
Mhm.
brilliant critique, and a
Mhm.
necessary critique.
Mhm.
But the IDW wanted to remain in the mode of criticism in perpetuity.
Yep.
It had a very clear idea of what they were against, but could never rally around a coherent agenda on what they were for.
Right.
And as those decisions started to become imposed from the outside because of these external circumstances, Trump, COVID, CRT, DEI, they were forced to make decisions. And then all of those people who tapped out said, no, as this comes beyond critique and demands our political action, we are out.
Cowards.
In my view, we are abdicating.
Yep.
We are unwilling to
Yep.
move into a political arena outside the confines of the intellectual arena where our critique is our key value proposition. And so what happens is that over this, 4 or 5 years, events surpassed the IDW.
Yep.
And it turned the IDW into a spent political force. When the world moved beyond critique and accepted the critique. I mean, look, even the New York Times has absorbed the initial critique of the IDW into its op-ed pages. You see very IDW-style critiques getting published in the New York Times all the time now. They aren't new, they aren't fresh, they aren't transgressive, they aren't dangerous opinions to hold. And so you have a necessity to then go beyond critique into the realm of action. And my question to centrists has been and remains to this day, what is your theory of change? What is your model for solving the problems that you yourself have identified? And I think there are...
You know why else they tapped out? Because my solution was fire all these fucking feminists and quit listening to them, tell them to shut up. And they didn't want to do it because they're feminist supporters.
Really? So you had actually someone was listening to you?
Well,
I
okay.
think by
No,
I think by
no,
now people would.
Contriver. No, Contriver. I know all these people do because you know what? When I first started my channel, I made my rounds to this area first. And Heather Hine and Brett Weinstein, yeah, I was on their channel a lot. So much so, Heather Hine definitely watches this channel. I kept criticizing her and telling her to quit disrespecting her husband in front of in public and shit. Yeah, when they were on trigonometry, I triggered her so bad with the super chat. But if you notice, like when they talk, because I'm like, she keeps fucking interrupting. Like he's getting to a good point, like, and she keeps interrupting with feminist bullshit. I'm like, dude, Heather, shut up, dude. Let him talk.
Look at the beanie man, the bald-headed beanie man, Tim
Yeah.
Pool. He also has a feminist who said very categorically, and you have also shown it to the people that, hey AP, by the way,
Hey, AP.
you have also shown it that she was saying that if it comes down to the basics, then I think that we have made a great progress, and I don't want to go
Right.
back.
Right.
I mean, whenever a fat woman talks like that, I'm always reminded of Rosie O'Donnell.
Right. Oh,
And
man,
at that
was
point, I become the orange man myself.
Yeah.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Right. No, but I mean, I've watched Dark Horse forever, and yeah, watching them change what they're doing was awesome, actually. And if Brett would just fucking get his, what does Bullet say? Get his testicles out of her purse.
I mean, that cannot happen. Look at H3H3. Okay, they have a very wonderful podcast. Both husband and wife do it.
Yeah.
But the wife keeps interrupting him with stupid reasons.
Yeah.
Because she wants to be visible, that she's trying to communicate, but she's not communicating anything at all.
Right, and that's what Heather and Brett's thing was. Like it was almost like Heather was in competition with him to see who's the fucking smartest. I mean, because they both technically do the same damn job. And it's like all of her work in that field is all to help women, and all of his work in that field is to fucking actually help society. So it's very conflicting. But
I mean,
all right.
I can't say much about that, but I can definitely say one thing that is lacking.
Yeah.
Women, I don't know how you are perhaps an anomaly that actually think at the same wavelength of a man, and actually you have the very same thought process of a man. That is why I always say you are no longer a woman. Why?
I don't know.
Because
I mean, there are a small minority of women that can be competent in areas like men, right? But
Yes, only
it is
4%.
yeah, they're
4%.
outliers. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like yeah, but the rest of the women want to steal the valor of that 4%, and I don't like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are two key problems or two key barriers for the centrist types, maybe let's say kind of vaguely IDW types, to get beyond that question, to answer that question sufficiently. The first is that these are ultimately political problems. These are ultimately political problems. What do I mean by that?
Only because we have so many fucking women in our government currently.
I have an
Feminism
answer to
brought
his
all of
question.
this. Go for it.
I have an answer for his question,
Yeah.
his point that he said that this is only a political problem. It was a social problem. You politicized it to become a political problem so that it would work as a vote bank politics for you, whether it is regarding identity politics, whether it is regarding equity basis, whether it is regarding representation, or whether it is regarding each and anything.
Yeah.
Quota system.
Yeah.
It is all you politicized it in the first instance so that you could reap the benefits out of the fruits of the labor,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Women. But by you mean feminists, right? Women.
Yes, feminists,
Okay. Thank
all
you.
feminists.
Well, I mean that a podcast, even a brilliant argument sustained over a number of years about the evils of critical race theory, for example, the intellectual limitations of critical race theory, even the kind of fraud of critical race theory as an ideology, will not change the K through 12 curriculum in a public school system. And so you can't merely criticize it. You actually have to use political power to change existing state curricula, to modify the current status quo in order to say, in our public schools, which are funded by taxpayers and ultimately subject to the will of taxpayers through their elected authorities, we're going to change it. We're going to say that these ideas are better than these other ideas. Let's say the ideas of the American founding are better than the ideas of critical race theory. And we're going to then say that this is what we're going to transmit in within public schools. The IDW people said, no, we're unwilling to do that.
Right?
We're unwilling
Cowards.
to use political power to regulate the state. And my argument is that in a sense, what they're saying is that the people have no right to regulate their own government.
Right?
I mean, it verges on the border of an absurdity, a kind of tautological untruth. It actually, by deferring or abdicating the responsibility of governing, you're delegating authority to unelected bureaucracies that want to push critical race theory into the classroom, for example, with
Women.
no consent of the governed.
Women.
And so at the end of the
Mind
day,
you.
there is a legislative and public and political question that must be answered. And not answering that question is not taking a moral high ground.
Nope.
It's abdicating responsibility and leaving those questions to unelected, anti-democratic bureaucracies that have been captured by left-wing ideologues who are
Christopher.
Why
Just say it. They're fucking cowards.
why is he using the word abdication? It is not about abdicating anything. It is about deflecting.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I
It
think
is a,
because I think because he recently spent some time with Jordan Peterson, and that's one of his hot words. Good
no,
morning,
but
Tom.
he is prevaricating on his own words
Mhm.
that it is all about abdicating. No, it is all about deflecting.
Well,
It
yeah,
is
because
about not taking the responsibility.
yes.
Well, you are so concerned about critical race theory. Okay, I would give you an example. In India, there is also a critical thinking theory that has started
Uh-oh.
in universities, by the way.
Strange.
No, I mean, in the advent of marital rape, everything is not strange. I'm not
Right.
amused by anything. at all.
Right.
So I mean, we have nothing to fight for. So I mean, life goes on. Let us just go on
Yeah.
singing Kumbaya. Anyways,
Yeah.
so in that very critical thinking theory, one of the vehement critiques of the critical thinking theory was making a video somewhere, and he said that there is a camera in the room, and you just have to look at the dimensions of how to critique the camera and the things that could be done with the camera. It could be used as a weapon if you throw it like a rock at someone's face. It
Mm.
could be, used to click photos miles away with some, telescopic lenses or something with very good range. And there are things that you could do with it. You could actually try to, uh, take some, what do they say, obscene pictures of a
Mm.
lady with that. So
Mm-hmm.
all these are critiquing thoughts of a camera. Well,
Mm.
the camera is just an invention.
Right.
Why we are not critiquing the critical thinking theory itself?
Right.
That has never happened. That you want to critique the camera.
Mm.
He gave the example of the photo camera, and why you are not critiquing that very theory that just wants to critique a scientific innovation or an
Right.
invention.
Right. Gone with John is dropping by and saying hi. Hey, John.
Mr. Gone with John is here. Ah,
Yeah.
my day is done.
All right. More.
Pushing the ideology
So
that the IDW in
What?
uh, uh, correct me if I'm wrong. How
Hmm?
many women are there in IDW as the founding members?
None. But all the men are married.
Well, there comes the influence.
Exactly.
Their
That's what
wives
I'm
have their,
saying.
exactly, their wives
Yeah.
have their testicles in their
Yes.
Louis Vuitton bag,
Right. No,
Gucci
but
bag,
they're
whatever.
because they're all university professors. They're literally all married to feminists.
Exactly. I mean, what could be way worse? I mean, being married to a feminist and being a university professor, so that you
Yeah.
have to tone it down up a notch or two, so that you
Yeah.
would be able to, uh, you know, sustain the tenure as a university professor.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there are many booted out professors who are roaming around the streets even after
Yeah.
doing PhD, and these people actually know that, so they would never call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
So
I
what
still
was,
I
so
I s-
I think
hold on, Kajar. Hold on. I still will never take Heather seriously until she takes her husband's last name.
she's never going to do that, mark my words.
Well, I will
Write,
never ever fucking take her seriously then. Ever.
take my words, write it on a check, blank
Yeah.
check, encash it for $1 billion. 10
Yeah.
years later I would be proven right, because she is never going to do that,
Well, I don't know.
because the
If
system
she's hold on.
incentivizes.
If she's as smart as she fucking thinks she is, she will.
No, she's not. If she had been smart, look,
Hmm.
every woman in the West knows what are the quote unquote unintended consequences. Okay? It is just that men have not reacted the way they have to, otherwise, the state would come down like a sledgehammer on them. And they know that. And that
Yeah.
is why they could behave in the most abrasive manner possible, be it public or private.
Yeah.
And it all
agree
started
with
with activism, which is psychological warfare. So my point being,
Mm-hmm.
why did this Christopher chap
Mm-hmm.
actually was lurking around with these married professors who are married to feminazis in the first place? He should have opened his own channel, and he should have presented his own thought process
No, he
instead
he
of
he did.
actually
Yes.
indulging. So why indulge with IDW in the first place?
No. This video is this video is to poke them. This video is
Oh,
to fucking challenge them to quit being fucking
oh.
cowards.
I mean, those quisling cowards are not going to do anything anyways. Those castrated, emasculated, effeminate eunuchs are not going to do anything. They have
Yeah.
to ask permission from their feminazi wives anyways. Bloody
Mm,
cucks.
mm.
opposes on intellectual grounds. So there is a deep problem there that I don't think has been grappled with sufficiently. And the second problem, this is really emerges from the first problem, is the problem that was outlined as Duverger's law. This is a political theory that says in a first past the post majoritarian electoral system like we have in the United States, it tends to almost it necessitates a two-party political system. And so if Duverger's law holds, I think that it does, the evidence suggests that it does, we are going to have a two-party political system for the foreseeable future. We've had, in essence, a two-party political system with some incursions in the last 250 years, most recently with Ross Perot in 1992. But really, we have a stable two-party political system, and one of these two majority parties absorbs in a third-party challenge and siphons or co-ops the voters and the ideas. We saw that in 92. I think we'd see that anytime in the future. And so then the real specific political question, not abstractly, criticism versus action, but the real specific political question is saying, if there is a necessity of political action, A. B, what does the field of political action look like? Well, because of Duverger's law, because of the historical reality of the last 250 years of the United States, it looks like choosing one of two political parties as your vehicle for political change and as a necessary operator in your theory of social, intellectual, cultural, and political change. So your model of change has to grapple with this two-party political system that we have. And here I think that the centrist, IDW types, again, abdicate all responsibility. Someone whom I admire, like John McWhorter, wrote a great book about woke racism. The premise of the book is that left-wing racialist ideology is a threat to the country. It's a threat to not only the country as a whole, but a threat to all of the individual racial and ethnic groups in the country. It is a kind of cancer to intellectual rigor, to progress, to good governance. Well, if that is your premise, your conclusion should be, how can we change this? How can we defeat this? How can we have public policy that doesn't adopt these as the new governing principles of our country? Look, the political left is not going to do that. The political left for the foreseeable future is captured by its vanguardist faction. Their default ideology, their governing philosophy is critical race theory. It is DEI bureaucracy. Even for someone like Joe Biden, who is a more old school, backslapping, quasi moderately imaged presidential candidate at the time, he's nationalized the DEI bureaucracy. This is the governing philosophy of the Democratic Party and of the organized left. And yet someone like John McWhorter prides himself and will say in media interviews, I've never voted Republican. I would never vote Republican. Okay, well, again, what is your theory of change in a two-party political system? If you would categorically never vote for Republicans who oppose woke racism, who oppose critical race theory, who oppose DEI bureaucracies, how are you going to get the political left that has made its kind of staked its fortune on those concepts and operationalize them through every facet of government that it controls? How are they going to walk it back? How are you going to persuade that organized political faction to defeat woke racism? You're not.
Right?
That's actually kind of the spoiler to the question. You're not going to do it. That's an impossibility.
Yep.
And again, what you see over and over and over a initial tapping out when the political question is raised, an initial tapping out when you have to actually make a decision. External circumstances are forcing a decision point. And then tapping out when you have to grapple with the fact that we have a two-party political system. One party is all in on this, one party is against it. And even saying, look, the Conservative Party is not perfect. It's not ideal. It doesn't line up 100%. But even in those circumstances, there's a clear answer that the fortune and the theory of change that has a possibility of victory has to go through a majority Conservative Party. And then just saying, I will not do that. I'm tapping out. I won't choose. Because choosing is uncomfortable, because choosing is distasteful, because again, there is a kind of lurking figure with an ugly orange
What?
hued skin tone.
Trump. You know what? You know what I find strange? These people that are like not choosing, they all say so and so's the lesser of two evils. So it's like
I mean,
they already chose. They already chose.
they are. Do you think the conservative or the trad cuck side is any different from what he is
No,
saying, alluding to?
no. But he's trying to.
LGBT, LGBT. Let me remind the people and our
Okay,
dear
I'll be
audience.
right. I'll be right
Okay,
back. Please
okay,
monologue.
okay, okay. So let me remind the people what on what issues the conservatives have made a U-turn, criminalizing prostitution with and via an unholy alliance with the church congregations of the bra-burning second wave feminists, which led to criminalization of one of the world's oldest professions. So men have no catharsis, and these church bastards actually had a different motive, that if a man would be thirsty, then he would go home and cater to his wife and do his duties as a husband. This was the basic concept of these church tradcuck bastards who destroyed the church as well. Now there are lesbian ministers conducting lesbian and gay weddings in churches, which is supposed to be a house of God, which talked about a man and a woman coming together and bringing up a child. Number one. Number two, I was reading about it. So, adultery had been decriminalized only for women in India, and that too in 2018 by this Harvard University alumni judge. But it was way earlier decriminalized when you people got the no fault divorce. Who signed on the no fault divorce? The blue eyed boy of the conservatives. Oh my gosh. He's such a great actor. He looks just like the persona of Clint Eastwood or John Wayne. I mean, the gentleman from the Bohemian Grove. Ronald Reagan, wasn't it? And after that, your family system was finished. Just like that. And then, not only that, they introduced LGBT in the 90s. They were saying, relax, you homophobes. It is not just that, like, the gays are going to come into your children's schools and public offices, and they are going to reprimand what you said, or they are going to take an offense about it. Well, they did took an offense. They came to your schools. They are teaching now your children about RuPaul and the drag race as drag queen story arcs in public schools. Now tell me, how much of a conservative Dinesh D'Souza, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, Heritage Foundation, American Enterprise Institute, and Hudson Institute, and the American Renaissance Project, 1776 project is all about. You tell me, they don't give a damn about you men. Do you know who gives a damn about the men? Taliban. Yes, the very same ragtag militia with AK-47s in their hands, when they got in guns blazing into the city, they demanded that every Talibani fighter would have 4 wives. That is how you satiate a man. You give him something that he has to fight for. When you give him something that he has to fight for, and there is not a concept of there is wife beating allowed in Islam, there is Sharia law over there, and divorce is not all that necessary. So they are taking care of their own men and giving them something to fight for.
Yeah.
What are we giving our own people? Nothing. We are just
Yeah.
laughing at them. And then on top of it, we have the audacity to call ourselves as conservatives when we have openly agreed on the concept of same sex marriage since the Supreme Court diktat, which was passed during the Obama dispensation back in 2011.
Yeah.
At least Texas had some cojones to say
Yeah.
that we are not issuing the bloody piece of paper that
Did you see
declares
that?
you as husband and wife.
Yeah. Well, did you see what they're doing right now? They're oh
I
the
remember.
I, no, what they're doing right now, they're doing something with legislation to say that legally same-sex married couples can't receive tax benefits.
Yes, because what
Or
happened
no,
was,
the homestead exception thing.
okay, so what
Yeah.
happened was in that, in the advent of Supreme Court actually passing the diktat for the entire country
Yeah.
regarding same-sex marriage to be lawful and legally, uh, whether it is unconstitutional or not, it was declared by law, and it has not been proscribed till date. So what
Yeah.
happened was Texas, which used to issue matrimonial certificates that it would say that it declares that you are husband and wife, it stopped giving those things,
Yeah.
and that is within the ambit of the state. That comes within the ambit of the state, and the state has rights too. If the Supreme Court has rights, then the state has rights too. They stopped declaring people as husband and wife. Now anybody could marry anybody. You people wanted that, right? We are giving it to that, because that is how you give power to the people. And when that happens, there is a possibility that patriarchy could be enforced.
Yeah.
Women would know that you cannot step out on your husband.
Right.
And that fear itself
Yeah.
creates a conducive environment of conservative society going above replacement rate. Just like in the Amish community, the
Mhm.
Mennonites, as well as some of the Mormons and the Orthodox Jewish community.
Yeah. By the
Yes.
way, hey, Real Talk. Good to see you. Hey, Rusty. Hey, Mandy. Oh, Mandy, I did get your email. I haven't. I've been really busy lately, and I need to get back at you. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna continue.
That I
Yes.
just can't for
Oh, by the way, Emmanuel wrote me back. He checked in. He's alive, so he said he'll join the panel for like an hour or so.
Thank
So
heavens.
I
When
sent
he,
him the link.
I mean, I'm very happy for him.
Yeah.
aesthetic reasons or political reasons or reasons of conscience even contemplate aligning myself with. And so, what do you have at the end? You have a force that is spent. You have a movement that is incoherent. And then you have a political theory that no longer has a plausible claim on reality. And let me be the first to say, too, there are exceptions. I think Dave Rubin has been someone who understands the political question and has been willing to not tap out, but actually to opt into all of those hard decisions and move forward in a way that is
Also,
actually likely to succeed, that is consonant with reality, that deals with these difficult political questions and says,
Yeah.
so this man is presenting a faggot, a
Yeah.
homosexual,
Yeah.
like Dave Rubin, as the paragon of virtue, who actually rent. I mean, he actually rented a womb to carry his semen to
Yeah.
give him a child.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look at the genuine paradox which I always talk about.
No, 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 no.
Uh,
This is what the IDW has left.
so Dave Rubin is in that.
Yeah, kind of. I guess.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that is why it fell apart. I mean,
No, 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 no. He is actually one of the most outspoken ones,
well,
unfortunately.
he has to be. He has to
Yeah,
be. I would tell you why. Because he has seen what has happened in 2011, the Arab
yeah,
Spring. And when the Arab Spring happened, all the refugees that came to Europe have not gone back, be it from Syria, be it from Somalia, be it from South Asia, be it from everywhere. They are just, shall we say, permanent tenants of the
yeah,
landlords. And I mean, after the so-called demographic imbalance that has happened in some of the European countries which have a negative birth rate, these
yeah,
people are going to fill the gap. That means
yeah.
anything. And this is exactly what had happened. Uh, what was the name of the bitch that asked the question to Donald Trump regarding Rosie O'Donnell, that you have called women as fat pigs and all that? I don't like that bitch. What is her name? She used to appear sometime back on Fox News.
I don't know. I never watched the news.
Okay.
Good morning,
So,
Chaos and Darkblade, by the way. Hey, Rusty.
Rusty sir. Okay. So,
Yeah, I don't know.
no, it's fine. It's fine. So, she was actually doing a story, and this is from 2015 or
Hmm.
2014. If she was not Judge Janine Pirro, I mean, I know her. She is something different. So she said that are there being no-go zones and ghost towns, ghettos being created for these very Middle Eastern and other people who are coming in our country? And someone said yes from the Democratic side, because somehow we have to accommodate these people who have come from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh yes, it was the
Oh,
same
what's
blonde
her
girl.
name? I did watch that interview just to see. God, what is her name? She's a feminist,
Le-
though.
oh yes, she's a bigger feminist. Even her husband, actually, Tommy Lauren. No, no, no.
No, 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 that's
She's
not her.
she's the new bitch. She's the older bitch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Putin interviewed by female
Ah, Megan Kelly. Yeah, yeah,
Megan Kelly. Megan
yeah,
Kelly.
yeah.
Yes, Megan Kelly. So she, even her husband, ex-husband, said that she needs a wife for herself. She is not a wife material.
What?
Yes, her ex-husband said that in an interview somewhere.
Wow.
So I was quite. I quietly noticed that as to I used to binge watch Fox News back in those days Fox News and Fox Business. So in Fox News, she asked a question, and Newt Gingrich was sitting on the other side. That why do we have to take in so many people? And and the Democrats said, well, because we have a genuine, we are the exceptional nation, and we need to help these people who are poor and downtrodden. And so, I mean,
So the women won't suffer and the children don't starve. That's what they always put in there. It's all about the women and children.
the have you seen some of these feminists who are actually holding the signs when the refugee crisis began? They
Mm-mm.
were holding the signs which said refugees welcome
Mm. Yeah.
right
Well,
before they
and
were right
maybe
before
hold on,
ra-
contriver. Is that why we had an influx of men that are refugees? Because
military age Mel.
yeah, is it
And that
because
too.
they saw all those women and they're like, "Fuck it, let's go"?
No, no.
What?
They genuinely wanted just one thing: welfare.
Yeah.
Women are just the icing on the cake.
Mm.
And they were genuinely holding those signs. All these feminazis who go on sabbaticals to Turkey, you know,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
just want to explore and find themselves.
Right.
And they were genuinely holding those signs, talking in German to each other, saying refugees welcome, right before they were gang raped.
Right. Right. Hey, Emmanuel. Hey, I sent you the link on Twitter, by the way. Feel free to come up when you're ready. After Contrivers tears every ass that this dude mentions.
No, look. If this faggot, this
Mm,
homoerotic, unnatural, homosexual is your paragon of virtue, regardless of whatever he says, right or wrong, can't you find any other guy? Even that Chip and Dale voice, Ben Shapiro would do far better than him.
yeah. Well,
Even that,
he mentions other people too.
yes, but why he has to start with this fellow? Or is
Because
it a
he
necessary
okay.
evil?
Oh, it's a necessary evil because unfortunately in the whole victim Olympics contriver, when it comes to free speech, if you are in one of the group identities that get preferential treatment, you can say more. So Dave Rubin says a lot more than your typical straight white married man.
Good mother, with the greatest possible respect, then how is this Christopher fellow any different from other people whom we criticize?
He's no different. He, he's
Exactly.
he's
I
not
rest my
but
case, your lordship.
but but he isn't practicing the full extent of his free speech. He's alluding to a lot of different things instead of just flat out calling a spade a spade. So
So it is the
he's
same old, a new
yes,
old wine in a new bottle. That is what we
yes,
use.
yeah.
The epithets.
But I think what he's doing in this video is really good because he's kind of
Not according to our working men's hostel
I
standards.
know, but he's still attempting to challenge people in his field. I mean, just the fact that he puts Dave Rubin first and foremost there, it's got to make the other people that he talks about a little bit. Like,
Irrelevant. He
really?
brought
Really?
irrelevant because everyone after him is going to
Mm,
be irrelevant. The first person that we name actually takes up the mantle, and he is the one who is the front runner. I don't consider Dave Rubin to be the front runner just because you are homosexual. Even Patrice O'Neill, a stand up comedian back in those days in the Opie and Anthony show, used to
mhm.
say, You want me to respect you just because you are gay? Why? How? When
But
did
but
this happen?
it's kind of Dave Rubin's little shield against the left when he can, shoot at him. Like
And,
he's got his gay shield, so they can't be too tough on him, and they
and
can't
that
outright
is,
fucking attack him.
and what do we at our working men's hostel say, ma? Their conservatives and liberals are the ideologically the very same progressives whom they claim to fight.
Right. I mean,
Conservatives are ideologically the very same progressives whom they claim to fight, be
yes,
it on homosexuality, be it on LGBT, be it on drag queen story hours in public schools, be it in the case of Mr. Jeff Younger, the unfortunate tragedy that father has to go through. You have mollycoddled vaginas
mm,
and you have booted out men, thrown them under the bus,
yeah,
and you have made a deal with the devil. You have blood on your hands.
yeah,
And you people are the very same people whom you claim to fight. And we
yeah,
don't own you. We disown you. We don't give you any penny. A single penny should not go from Texas to all these conservative institutions, which
yeah,
cannot help Mr. Jeff Younger because he has been denied by the Texas Supreme Court his own parental rights as a father.
yeah.
What sort of conservatism is left in Texas if a father cannot have child visitations at least?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. But you digress. No, I mean, if these guys were more like Matt Walsh, but look at Matt Walsh. He doesn't give a fuck. He still
At
is
least,
holding the line, man.
at least someone like Tim Pool, that bald-headed beanie man, actually invited Mr. Jeff Younger
Yeah,
on
he
his
did.
show.
He
And
did.
we were so elated that at least he got a platform to have his say.
So did
I
Tucker,
mean,
though.
these conservatives, these Ben Shapiros, these Dinesh D'Souza's of the world, how
Yeah,
many of them invited him? This Dan Bongino, this Collier Noyer from NRA, all these people should have invited him on his on their own platforms. And all these people are based in Texas. Don't tell me that they are not in Texas. We all know
right.
that these bastards are all in Texas. They could not, he was running from pillar to post. That
Yeah,
someone, at least someone, listen to my story.
yeah.
Anyway, let's continue.
Let's continue.
I'm very angry, by the way.
I know, I know. I thought I would torture you with this.
You know what? Let's move forward towards an answer. Jordan Peterson, with whom I had a nice dinner exchange a few weeks ago, a great podcast conversation about this very question. He's also moving towards this realization that, you know what? I know how bad academia is. I know how bad kind of diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology is. I know historically what collectivism as a governing principle looks like. It looks like very, very ugly outcomes. And he's edging towards a kind of bridging of the gap between pure philosophical wisdom and then practical wisdom or prudential wisdom or statesmanship. I think he's getting there. And then I think the Brett Weinstein and his wife Heather Heying, courageous, whether you agree with them or not, and
Fucking Christopher. Dude, Christopher, fix that. This is Eric. This is Brett's brother, Eric Weinstein.
Are those twin
Oops.
brothers?
No, they're not even twins. That's Eric.
Oh,
By the way, hello, Emmanuel.
okay.
Hi there, guys.
Right. Oh, your audio sounds like shit. Are you running on
Oh.
backup power?
No.
My brother, you are okay. My
I'm
brother
alive.
from
I'm
another
alive.
mother.
Yay.
Is it so bad?
There's like a humming. Like you have
Oh,
an
There
air
is like a
conditioner.
machine. The
Yeah.
machine
Oh,
is
okay, it's on
working.
my laptop. Yeah, on my laptop.
Your laptop
It's
sounds
better
like that? No?
now. Yeah,
Even my laptop sounds like that.
It sounds like you're on a plane.
let me see if I could do something about that.
Ooh, that's
give me a
worse.
second.
Is
There
that a
you go.
vacuum cleaner? I thought it was a vacuum cleaner, by the way. Anyway, let's continue.
Okay, it's almost over.
Yes.
I don't know all their positions on it, but they courageously said, you know what, we're gonna tap in to this debate on COVID and say we dissent from the orthodoxy, we dissent from Fauci, we dissent from this scientific consensus that we have to lock our country down, that we have to mandate vaccines across the board, and that we have to take away the free choice of individuals and delegate the authority to unelected bureaucracies in the CDC, in Twitter and elsewhere, suppressing information. They took real political risks. They did the kind of brave thing at the time to just say, right or wrong, we're going to go with our best judgment. We're staking a claim. There are some others, I think, that have also done this. So it's not a categorical condemnation. I don't even think the IDW is bad per se. I think it was actually a really necessary and healthy corrective at the time, but one that has splintered to the extent that, to such an extent that it no longer can serve a practical political function. And so to conclude the argument, I think we have to then answer those questions. This is a political problem. We have a two-party system according to Duverger's law, and we have to decide. It doesn't mean you have to give your unconditional loyalty to one political party or the other. It doesn't mean that you have to blindly follow the political leaders of our time. It doesn't mean that you cannot also offer caveats and critiques and warnings, something that I think Jordan Peterson has done very brilliantly and very responsibly. But I think it does mean that the conservative party in the United States is the only reasonable path to having a governing majority, to having legislative power, and to answering political questions as our founding fathers and our constitutions intended, which is through the political process. We live in a republic, we elect our legislators, and questions of public importance are answered through that democratic process. Libertarians may not like that. They may believe in some sort of fanciful utopia in which we're all living on, communes and downloading, Bitcoin ledgers and living in a kind of anarchist utopia where we all make individual decisions and we log them on the blockchain. But that's not the reality. We have K through 12 public schools. We have public universities. We have government with extraordinary bureaucratic and political power.
Right.
And so do not abdicate. Answer these hard questions. Learn the lessons of how to move beyond the realm of critique into the realm of concrete action. That's where the fight is. That's where the fight is going. And we're going to see people who are tapping out, and we're going to leave them behind. Because we believe, I think the movement that is generating the most potential for securing the liberty and freedom of the American people over and against these nihilistic left-wing racial philosophies and gender philosophies that seek to divide us into categories, call us oppressor and oppressed, and shred the Constitution altogether, require that we take action. And the courageous and the brave are going to be the ones that are leading this country into the future. And so I hope you consider us. This is an open invitation to IDW-style figures to join us. But if you're unwilling to make the hard decisions, you're going to be left behind.
Ooh, shots fired.
I was introspecting on something,
Yeah.
and apart from his message,
Yeah.
I remembered a feminist bridge that was made by women,
Mm.
and it fell. It fell,
Yeah.
and everyone was wearing the T-shirt. The future is female, and the black women were wearing the T-shirt. The future is female and black.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one brown and one black dude is over here, black chap, my brother from another mother. Uh, I had an epiphany that the future is automation and artificial intelligence, perhaps. But the present is absolutely female
Mm,
regarding the draconian laws and regarding each and everything. So much so that Christopher has to dilly dally along the way and he is not able to say the truth out loud.
exactly. Unfortunately.
So the present is female should be a t shirt.
All right, contriver, you need to get some merch. All right,
How's
Emmanuel.
the sound? How's the sound?
Now
I
the sound is perfect.
it's better.
Is it
I can
better?
hear you over that, which is all I care about.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
how
the
you guys
hell
doing?
good. I'm glad you're live. What the
Yeah,
hell
still
is
alive.
going on in your country?
Uh, collapse basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's going kind of crazy. Geez, I don't even know where to start. It's
Well, did you see I shared this in the Discord and then I tagged you and Psych in
oh, okay. I haven't seen this.
it.
Yeah, it's South Africa, the canary in the coal mine for the West. Yes, 100%, 100%. Um,
Well, you've been saying that for a while, you and Psych.
yeah, yeah,
I'm glad somebody else is, speaking on it.
yeah. It's a preview. It's sort of like a sneak peek into the future for what happens, basically, what happens when you actually, go through with a lot of the stuff that the Democrats are pushing for. Yeah, it's kind of hell, We have gun control. We have one of the highest murder rates in the world, if not the highest murder rate in the world. Um, in response to those numbers coming out, people are calling for more gun control. We have protests. Um, heck, I was just, the latest protest we're having now is of health workers. So these guys are protesting, trying to get more like more pay, and I think what they're looking for is a 12% increase. Uh,
Whoa.
yeah, this is the state. These are the people who work for our public health, right?
Yeah.
And one of the unions started the protest. Now a few other unions are joining in, and they're intimidating workers, people who are trying to, continue working. They are yanking kids out of ambulances. They are burning things. They are doing all sorts of crazy stuff to try and pressure the government into caving into their demands. And this is, mind you, this is in the scope. This is just to give you a broader environment, like give you the backdrop. It's South Africa's had, how America's had like this boom since the end of the great financial, crisis of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't experienced any of that. Our
Mm.
our economy has contracted smaller now, if I'm not incorrect, than what it was 10 years ago. Um, we have way more mouths to feed. Um, Now, when everyone's starting to go into now, the recession, the United States, most of the West, um, we obviously following suit, yet we haven't had the boom that you guys have had. So you can just sort of
Right.
imagine the social and economic background, sort of lay of the land. And
Yeah.
yeah, so there's a whole lot of tension going on. Meanwhile, our government is just as corrupt, if not more corrupt than what it was before. Yeah, so that's the sort of situation. Societal, obviously, in terms of morality, it's just decaying.
Yeah.
I don't think many South Africans would disagree with me if I were to say that we essentially are living in um, civil war times without like it actually being official. You know,
Right.
we don't have big versus the other killing each other, but we have random people killing each other. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, and people kill you for a cell phone. You know, people kill you for a tablet. People kill you for your laptop. You could die for the most random things.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's kind of crazy living in it because it's previously we would have said that being in South Africa is sort of like being on the Titanic before it hits the iceberg. Now it's like you're underwater and people are still in denial of the fact that we've hit the iceberg, we've sunk.
Right.
People still have this weird, especially oddly enough, from a lot of it's coming from the corporate guys. They just have this weird toxic positivity, you know. Um, whereas what we actually need is people who are going to be panicking. If anything,
Right.
if we could import the Karens from the West and then have them do their Karen thing, but like
Yeah.
for actual issues in South Africa, I'm sure we'd actually start to see some progress.
Well,
Um,
maybe that's something I can arrange. I'm getting close to rounding up a bunch of crazy bitches. Maybe I can drop them off where you're at,
they'd be
right? And then they can do what they do over there.
Well,
the
they
only
would
problem is they'd
not be
probably
able to
be
do what they would not be able to do what they are able to do in America. The
No.
reason being, Boko Haram and Al Shabaab would take care of them, just like they took
you'd
care
be
of all those bring back our girls during the days of Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
They
uh
settled down with the
th-
rapists, by the way.
what's weird? We have the highest rape in the world, I believe.
Hmm.
Heck, man,
Ah,
I'd be surprised if we
that's a
don't have the
lie.
highest rate
That's a
of.
lie. No,
I
no.
think if
We Indians are the rape capital of the world.
look look
New
contriver,
Delhi is the
we've
rape
had this
capital
discussion
of the world.
before. You
Yes.
guys can come with your falsified you know performance enhanced taking statistics of crime. I don't believe them. South Africa is number one.
I mean, but according to our women, we are the rape capital of the world. So,
Mm.
Look, why do feminists all over the world want to like? It's like they sort of want to have uh, 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 um want
projection,
to live in the
sheer
yeah.
projection.
It's like they want to live in this tragic world. And it's like, but no.
Mm.
Nobody wants to
If
rape
you
them.
really want to see things improve, you should welcome the fact that the other countries which are not as bad, which are worse than you. In
Yeah.
effect, saying that your country is better than perhaps it was before, perhaps compared to its peers.
Yeah.
Instead, it's like these people just it's like they want to be like, yes, it's the world is just horrible. It's sort of like how you have the woke people in America saying America's racist and all that stuff. It's like,
Right.
and then you come to like South Africa and or you go to East Asia and it's like, really,
Well,
really?
there's a lot of Americans that are racist. Black women are the fucking most racist group of people we have.
Oh yeah. Oh,
They're
we haven't
super
spoken
racist.
since we haven't even spoken about the whole thing of Scott Adams and
Mm.
apparently like, some poll found that more than half of uh, black people did not say refused to say that it is okay to be white, right? So
What?
um, of that majority, a portion of them were obviously the ones who say that no, it's not okay to be white, and then a certain fraction of them were saying they're not sure, right? But safe to say that a majority of black people, according to that poll, um, are not willing to say outright that it's okay to be white, right? So
Right.
what Scott Adams said in his video was basically that well, that just makes these people essentially a hate group,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And he said that you know, his advice to white people is to get as far away from these sorts of people as you can, right? So obviously people went nuts. People, you know, took that chance to, you know, inject themselves with some, you know, offense. You know,
Right.
they took it straight to the vein, and
Right.
yeah, so they went crazy. They called him racist and all this stuff, and I was just like, I don't see anything wrong in what he said.
Right.
If there's a group of people, like as I always say, swap the races and then ask yourself if you have the same sort of response. If
Right.
most if most white people say refuse to say it's okay to be black, wouldn't those same woke people who are crying racism now be saying, okay, now that's really racist?
Yeah. Yeah. Have you seen the Chat GPT? People playing with that? That has accumulated the mainstream narrative, and it's feminist and racist. Chat GPT, that AI thing.
Oh man.
It is, yeah, it puppets the same bullshit.
Yeah. I've seen even like some of the stuff that it outright refuses to answer. And
Yes.
how I've seen a lot of stuff about biases of ChatGPT, and
Yes.
clearly it's say for example, I think someone asked it to write a poem or some sort of like something that sort of like glorifies something positive about Trump, and I think it refused to do that. And then when asked to
Right.
do the same for Joe Biden, it did that, and it's just like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
Yeah. No, the questions I asked, like I asked it to write me a book about how feminism is destroying humanity. And it said
Yeah.
it was harmful.
Wait,
Like,
it said your question was harmful.
yeah. And how
Oh
that's
wow.
impossible, and something about feminism is this, and it is for equality, and um to blah blah blah. Yeah, no,
So
it's
clearly,
feminist, it's indoctrinated.
clearly with AI, as much as it is with, you know, most
Yeah.
of programming and stuff like that,
Yeah.
science just in general, garbage in, garbage out, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. That's why
so
when Elon Musk is like, "Oh yeah, AI is going to be just so much smarter than we are," I'm like, "Not if it fucking listens to the loudest voices on the internet. It won't be."
I think if you look beyond, if you look outside of the scope of politics, right?
Mm,
If you somehow able to isolate politics from AI or from whatever task you ask it to perform, then
mhm.
obviously it's going to cook human beings, you know, leave
Yeah,
them in the dust, you know.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so I think in that sense, yes, he's obviously correct. But in the softer skills areas, say like politics or economics and stuff like that, it's clearly biased. Like
Yeah.
it's insane. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to bring it back to South Africa quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, things are just kind of going crazy. You know, we have our rolling blackouts. Our, we just elected they just put what you call it, what's the proper term, appointed, I guess, um a new minister of electricity, right? And
Hmm.
South Africans, being the sassy people they are, were cracking jokes about how we have the highest, we have a minister of police, yet we have like one of the highest, if not the highest rates of crime in the world. We have um all sorts of ministers. We have ministers of, like, basically anything that has a minister is performing badly. We have illegal immigration. We just got grey listed recently, because essentially we have little to no controls over the financial, inflows going in and out of our country. And
Right.
apparently, like one of the guys, I think one of the ISIS groups, was boasting about how they get some of their weapons from South Africa, right? And we have all sorts of money laundering and stuff that happens in our country. It's just,
Yeah.
it's a hellhole. Um, the youth is unemployed, the vast majority of the youth. So that's a ticking time bomb. Uh, I mean, you name it. It's very difficult to find something that's actually working properly,
Right.
outside of where Syke lives, which is the Western Cape, and
Mm-hmm.
that's ruled by a, governed by a different party. So yeah, there's that. Basically, that part of South Africa is sort of like the red states in America, except we only have one. Um, yeah, so it's really sad to see, man. It's disheartening because a lot of South Africans seem to have disengaged. It's sort of like people just have lost hope.
Yeah.
Um, and there's a sense that my vote doesn't do anything. The people who could vote for change are
Mm-hmm.
so discouraged by the previous, the last 30 years of ANC governing our country, uh, that a lot of them just want to check out. A lot of them just are trying to leave, go to the States, the UK, Australia, you know. So yeah, it's all of the people that you need to I saw someone actually talking about this the other day, and they're saying the people are running from the grind, uh yeah, so that's what's happening. A lot of people are leaving. A lot of the people who are staying are disengaged, getting off getting off of the grid. Essentially, for all intents and purposes, the project of South Africa as a whole, like Mandela's Rainbow Nation project or vision for South Africa,
Right.
it's failed.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
failed. And it, and sadly, this is going to be a bit controversial, right? So
Go
hear me
for it.
out.
Yeah. I think I
It
know where
is
you're going.
okay. It is becoming very difficult to argue against a lot of the things that racist white South Africans were saying previously.
No, I didn't.
That's the unfortunate truth.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have been making these sorts of comments, especially of late, saying things like recently a very big artist was murdered it was at night, but essentially, the phrase broad daylight, as in like in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, and there's this sense, like everyone knows that the murderers there's a very low chance that they'll be caught.
Right.
The police are probably going to be incredibly incompetent, probably
Well,
only arrive like 2 days after,
well,
to have the entire crime scene like tampered with,
but
tainted, and
but don't
not be
don't
able to
your
get.
don't
Yeah.
your cops get robbed of their firearms?
Oh yes, that happens all the time. And yeah, that's part of the humor, like the entire joke about the people who call for gun control. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
fine,
Yeah.
because you're calling for gun control because of the fact that criminals have guns, which they get from the cops who collect the guns because of gun control.
Right. It's insane.
Yeah, we have there are plenty of situations where cops will literally tell you, "I'm not going there. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not going to that area." You say, "What? Your car's where?" "I'm not going there." And essentially what you're left with is those who can afford to have private security are the ones who can have a better standard of living in South Africa. But the rest,
Yeah.
for example, if you call the ambulance, they'll arrive an hour, 2 hours later.
Shit.
That's
I
it.
think it's 6 minutes from anywhere in my community.
Yeah, that's if I personally had that very situation happen. And mind you, I had access to people who work at at the local hospital,
Yeah.
and they couldn't get the ambulance for me. So I can only imagine what the situation is like for people who are just calling the you know the helpline.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know it's even worse when it comes to the cops. Like they don't even answer their phones. You know, recently we had one of these government people pushing a campaign, I think in one of our provinces, saying that they're going to hand out panic buttons to I think it was to girls or just general population, so that people can sort of press the button and then call for help. And it's like, really, you've gone and you've essentially got a button to call people who never answer the phone.
Right.
It's these
It's
sort of
stupid.
yeah, see, it's just for being what's the word that these workers like to use? It's tokenistic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's tokenistic. That's the kind of gestures that government and all of that goes for. It's what looks like, what can we do that will make us look like we're doing work, even though we're not actually doing anything effective.
I
What
wonder.
sounds like we're doing something.
I wonder how much of it too, Emmanuel, is, I mean, because I see the same shit going on in my country. A lot of
Yeah.
people are just responding to symptoms instead of going to the fundamental source to solve the problem. It's like a doctor. It's like, you have this thing and they give you a medicine for the symptom. It's not
Right.
to treat the illness. It's just to placate the symptom.
I think with South Africa it's worse than that. It's not just trying to treat the symptom. It's trying to look like you're treating the symptom. That's the goal. So they don't actually care. They don't actually. They're not actually trying to solve, to actually get rid of the symptom. They just want to look like they're trying to get rid of the symptom. And what that does is that it gives them, enough face to show up in lots of votes for, and then dash before, people remember that, oh man, this problem that I've had for the last 20 years hasn't been solved. And it's you guys who are supposed to solve it from like 20 years ago,
Yeah.
And all they do, they hand out because Africa, they hand out food hampers, they hand out t-shirts, people celebrate, they show or show movies and things like that, or essentially propaganda,
Yeah.
and talk, make speeches referring to apartheid, and rile people up over the fact that whites did this to us. Remember that we are the guys who were instrumental in getting freedom for
Right.
you guys, and remember to vote for us. If these guys get back in power, they're going to take us back to those times again. You're going to be suffering, going to be oppressed, etc., etc., etc.
Right.
But as I was saying earlier, of late, what you're starting to hear, especially from a lot of prominent black successful people, is that they're unashamedly saying that so and so or such and such would have been solved if this were managed by the apartheid government.
Right.
This,
See,
say for example, the last
that's where I thought you were going with that last
now
bit.
now mind you,
Yeah.
how crazy is it that you're now having black people saying,
Yeah.
I'll try to say it in American terms, right?
Okay.
Imagine if you were to have black people saying life was better under slavery,
Right.
and had this problem been happened or occurred during slavery times,
Yep.
it would have been solved way quicker, way more quickly than what it is now,
Yeah.
than what it would be now. We actually are finding that a lot of institutions, if we're being honest with ourselves, a lot of the things that we see standing buildings, infrastructure, etc., was built by the slavery,
Yeah.
the United States during the slavery era. And,
Right.
and now, if you look back since we attained freedom, we haven't really achieved much, like anything, and
Right.
um, if we're truly being honest, again, perhaps we should consider re-electing these sorts of people, or at least get these sorts of people into positions where they can, do what they're good at.
Right.
It's just to illustrate the point that when you try to push for, affirmative action and all these sorts of other policies, reality hits you so hard
Yep.
that you'll find yourself asking for the oppressor to come back.
Yep.
The other day I saw Sargon tweeting something about how perhaps the solution to the immigration situation in the United Kingdom is to get English people back in the former colonies and run the colonies for them. And I'd be hard pressed to say that there wouldn't be a huge contingent of say Africa that would be opposed, like that would be
Right.
against that.
Right. So
I think
are
a lot of
you?
them would say,
Whoa, Emmanuel, are you trying to invite some colonization in your
I'm
country?
trying to invite competence, and we're so desperate for competence that
Yeah.
I think a lot of South Africans would say, even if it came at the expense of colonization,
Yeah.
if we could somehow make that temporary,
Right.
like make it like a fixed contract, say 10 years
Yeah.
or 20 years or maybe 30, and then say, because what do we have now? We have freedom. We have
Yeah.
the freedom to go wherever we want. Um we can vote,
Mhm.
but what's the point? Because the people who
Right.
have the power to vote for the sorts of people who destroy the country. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's sort of like, you may as well have given the vote to 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
We are
Yeah.
that. A psychist has spoken about this a lot when he what do we say? Say we need to bring back civics.
Yeah.
You normally say that, yeah, we need to teach people how the democratic process works and why it's important to vote and all these sorts of things. We don't have that. People sort of vote. They vote on emotion, much the same way Black people vote in America, where it's like we've been told from a young age that the Democrats are the ones who are going to take care of us, and
Yeah.
we need them. If you vote for the Republicans are going to bring back slavery, etc., etc. That's all sentiment. Maybe they don't say it explicitly, but that's the notion behind. Don't ever vote for Republicans.
Yeah.
And we have the exact same thing here in much of Africa. And I think if I could put it into a sentence just to finish off, I think most of Africans would agree with this notion. Most liberation parties have only liberated their people into poverty. That's all they've achieved. That's it.
Yeah.
That's a great way to summarize Africa. You liberated, sure, but into poverty.
Yeah.
So that's the catch-22. Is it? Am I poor but free, or better off but colonized?
Right.
Yeah, we haven't had the option of having the best of both. We just haven't had that. And part of the reason for that is because people are just so scared of having white people in power again.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Every conversation we have here devolves into some sort of battle about race. And this is not to say that there are no white racists. There are plenty.
Yeah.
I popped into conversations or like clicked on tweets and found people asking a genuine question, like say about these protests. Why do Black people feel the need to loot, to steal during protests? This is analogous to BLM.
Right. Yeah.
Why do they feel the need to loot, to steal, to damage things, to burn things, to yank people out of ambulances,
Right.
whip doctors for trying to save patients' lives? Like, how
Right.
dare you work while we
How dare you
trying
do
to...
your damn job?
Yeah, exactly. yeah, all sorts of things like that. And in the replies, you'll find some white people saying things like, well, it's that's who they are, like it's in their genes and things like that. You know, that's so obviously racist. You know, I
Mm.
think what they're actually trying to get at is culture.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't think
That's
I I think unfortunately in South Africa and I think sadly in the States most people who do crime are black, right?
yeah.
Most of the social ills you can think of are there's a disproportionate representation of black people,
Hmm.
right? And uh,
Well, they
to
have the
someone who
highest single mother household. I mean, they're
all these
literally
sorts of things, right?
they are completely gynocratic, completely.
Yeah. So what you have from that is that if you don't recognize the layer of culture,
Hmm.
you'll only see black people bad things, put them together, therefore black people are bad. So once you add that extra factor of culture, then you start to account for things like if you pop those same black people and you let them grow up in Germany, the outcomes are very different.
Hmm.
Though obviously today, I think there's people have regressed due to the fact that there's exposure to America, through
Right?
Instagram and all sorts of other nonsense. But
Oh, yes.
I remember listening to may have been Thomas Sowell who said this, talking about Black Americans who stayed in Germany after the war, and
Hmm?
how they had kids, I think, with local German women, and the kids grew up in Germany, and how I think he was talking about IQ and saying that there was no difference um, in IQ
Right,
levels
right.
due to the fact that culturally certain things were valued.
Yep.
And you take those same, obviously the genes are the same, and you look
Exactly.
how they
Yeah.
fare in the United States, and it's different. So
Well, environmental pressure makes different genes express. Actually, the field of epigenetics has been kicking ass really, really
it's difficult
well.
because
It's debunking a lot of the old science known about genetics. So, also in
look,
neuroscience, they're really working on environment, like the environment, social environment, and how that affects
yeah,
behavior. So,
yeah. I think IQ is it allows us to have some insight into a lot of things.
yeah.
I know, for example, that South Africa has one of the lowest IQ levels compared to the global average. Um, and if you look at the outcomes and you look at the general culture, and I think this can be said of most of Africa, it looks like that. But
Yeah.
you start to ask the question that what came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it the culture that brought about the low IQ, or is it the IQ that brought about the low um, the degenerate culture?
I'm gonna blame
You
it
know?
on the culture. I mean, because if something is raised in an environment,
Yeah,
and that is how it's nurtured is how it's going to be. So
yeah.
yeah,
I want to say I think it's culture as well. I think the only problem with I don't know how to say this. I think it's I think IQ is still a factor.
yeah,
Say for example, we did have um, examples of functional black populations, right?
Mhm.
And perhaps even really pioneering black civilizations. But then you've got to ask the question, why did they die off?
Right.
Why did the what do Black Americans call it? Black Wall Street. What happened to that? If you're really that resilient as a culture,
Right.
why did it die off?
Right.
And why so rapidly? Okay, they'll say no, it was a targeted assault by the American government. They're trying to destroy the black family unit, etc., etc.
Right.
And I'll say, but right, okay, that's okay. Um, why have you seen so much of a degradation in blacks though? Like, because you've seen these sorts of policies start to be implemented with, among white people, and sure, there's been some, degradation, but it hasn't been as rapid as it has been with black people. So I do think there is an element of IQ is a factor. You know, I think if you have a general
Whoa,
base
whoa,
of a
whoa.
high IQ,
Hold on, Emmanuel. Here in America, black women are the highest educated group of people.
yeah, that doesn't mean much when you have like heavy subsidization and affirmative action. It's I can't take that seriously.
Right.
You essentially you're having like a degree inflation,
Yes. Oh, big
where
time.
a degree now is like, a Zim dollar. You can have 1 billion of them, but
Yeah.
what's it worth?
Yeah. Yeah. The black women in America are the most educated. I would argue that they're the most indoctrinated.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to have because these sorts of stats only add fuel to the fact that to the dynamic of women, especially black women, thinking they're better than men.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, okay, they never obviously take. It's like, okay, look at me, I'm great because I've got these degrees, but help me out because I've got all of this debt, right?
Yeah.
And you're supposed to somehow only view the positive and see them as, oh, these pioneering women, but then not, weigh that against the fact that how stupid are you to accumulate all of this debt?
Right. Right. I mean, isn't it the job of the institutions to, the responsibility to safeguard people's IQs? I mean, don't they want, well, they used to want smart people. That's what I'm pissed at Texas A&M. So our chancellor, just on a little side note, our chancellor finally was the last one here in Texas after, did you know that Governor Abbott pretty much decreed that he's banning all DIE initiatives in higher education and in government?
Yes. I heard.
Okay. So
yeah.
all the schools, started, confessing and saying, "Oh, we're going to pull the plug on this." Fucking Texas A&M was the last one. So John Sharp makes a statement saying, okay, yeah, meritocracy, blah blah blah. Texas A&M hasn't admitted any student or hired anybody based on such policies since 2003. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
that is bullshit. They dropped the GRE a few years ago because they were having a hard time meeting diversity quotas. So these quotas lowered the standards of admission. So in your university, you have a higher number of fucking idiots. How stupid is that? Is it like that
Yeah.
at your university you went to?
Yeah.
Or do
We
you still
certainly
have to
have
take the standardized test?
what's that, SAT?
Yeah.
We had, what was ours called? We had NBTs at UCT. We took those during our final year matric, 12th grade. Yeah, and those are standardized, but I think they still factored in your race into it. So that whole thing of like boosting your
Oh, yeah.
score,
Yeah.
because
Based on the color
okay,
of your skin.
yeah, so you black, so you should get like many more points, or
Oh my
if
God.
say you and a white person are on the same level,
Yeah.
let's just admit the black person because
We need more.
we're trying to bring about equity,
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
yeah, so we had a lot of that, and we still have a lot of that. Heck, people are pushing for more.
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
we Yeah, South Africa is a hellhole, man. Like, the students are kindly protesting because they are protesting against already heavily subsidized university education, tuition, and they're saying that it's too expensive. They want it to be free for everyone. Now, let me just, I'm going to lay this out. I'm just going to give you the scope of what's free in South Africa, right?
Yeah.
Our healthcare is free, right? So when the kid's born, that should come at no cost, right? Um, our schools, if you go to an appropriate school, public school, and you prove that you are crawling on your belly in terms of finances, um, uh, you can essentially get education for free. Not necessarily good education, but I'm just trying to illustrate the fact that it's free. There's that option. Um, what else is free? Um, so it's healthcare. It's that. So the kid gets free healthcare, gets free schooling tuition. They get there's a whole lot of other stuff that's free. They get grants, right? So uh, um, the kid's parent can go and claim a child grant. So say from the government, get paid an amount of money every month, um, essentially to assist with bring up the kid. That also comes from the government. And then the kid matriculates, now goes to university, and now says that must also be free. So it's like, at which point do the people who decided to have this kid, pick up their end of the couch? It's
Right. Where's the investment? Where's your skin in the game?
and yeah, so the problem is you have like an entire mentality, a cultural mentality of
Yeah.
things must be free.
Yeah.
And it's rooted in the belief that someone else has more, therefore they should give to me. That's the ultimate, like, that's the core belief. Is that if you, it's almost like that's that's the what's the Christian way of putting it? The original sin, so to say, so to speak.
Right. Yeah.
Having more than someone else is the original sin in the
Yeah.
in the mindset of Marxists, socialists, communists,
Yeah.
South Africans.
Feminists. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
having more is like the original sin, and from there, you are punished for eternity.
Yeah.
You get taxed. We've got taxed on everything. You can hardly move without getting taxed in South Africa. Yeah. So and yet the yet the unions, according to the budgets that we have, the policies that we have, austerity.
Yeah.
How do you have austerity in this environment where you have so many grants and all that? I
Right.
mean, it's insane.
Yeah. Sounds like a bunch of stupid fucking idiots are running things.
And a lot of followers as well. A lot of the followers are stupid as well. And it all comes down to the fact that people they don't want to work.
Yeah.
We've tried hiring a few South Africans for random gigs. Hey, I need this fixed. Hey, I need this maintained. I need this cleaned or whatever.
Yeah.
The experience that I've had and that many other people have had is that South Africans are entitled. South Africans are lazy. South Africans steal. Not all of them, but enough for you to get to the point where you're like, it's not worth hiring a South African.
Right.
Now, all of this obviously feeds into the youth unemployment rates as well, because obviously, if you are a company and you've got the option of hiring our version of hardworking Mexicans,
Yeah.
you hire the hardworking Mexicans.
Yes.
Instead of the people who are going to expect that for just being a janitor, they should be getting all sorts of fringe benefits, all sorts of perks,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Yeah, like I remember someone saying, reading somewhere, this guy he's unemployed and he's commenting on a page that is trying to, make people aware of various work opportunities, job opportunities for the youth.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy posted something like saying, okay, there's a opportunity here, you'll get a certain stipend. And the guy was complaining. The guy replied to that was complaining, saying that, this should at least be, I think the salary he quoted was 4 times that amount, And it's just like, this is why you don't get hired.
Right.
And they'll refuse to work.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We had recently we had someone that we tried to give a sort of gardening gig, yard work as you call it,
Yeah.
and the guy pitched, complained about the work, the amount of money he agreed to, right?
Right.
And then started swearing at us for paying him what he thought was a low amount, right? And it's like,
Right.
what am I supposed to do? This like, wait, what do you expect us to do? Give you an entire month's salary, like for
Right.
like a day's work?
Right.
Your job as a person who's currently unemployed is to try amass as many gigs as possible.
Yep.
Maybe create a network of people who like your work and who would recommend you to other people, so that you have like an endless amount of gigs.
Yeah,
So
but
that
I
all
mean,
these small amounts, come to, like, I'm not supposed to pay you a salary. You're supposed to get
yeah,
like, this is gig work. You're supposed to get like a small amount just for doing
yeah,
this little job,
yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
go get another small
You're
job.
supposed to build your business. Yeah, but that's the difference between an employee and an entrepreneur. I mean, you can't hire an employee for a self-employed gig.
Yeah.
You can't do it. And who's telling that person that they're an entrepreneur? Like,
I
where's
think
that dude's mom?
I think the problem with South Africans is that we have an employee mindset.
Yeah.
We have I'm working a 9 to 5. I should be getting a salary, and during
Mm,
that 9 to 5, just because I've signed an employment contract, now I'm able to, be as lazy as I want, dodge as much work as I want,
right.
because I know at the end of the month I'm going to get my salary anyway. That's
Yeah.
the setup that most South Africans like think of, and they think they're entitled to, right? But
Yeah.
in environments where most youth are unemployed, you don't have the luxury. Beggars can't be choosers,
Right.
you know, and
Mm,
and so you should be thankful for the one opportunity you had, because had I not given you that job, there's a very good chance you would have sat there in the sun for the entire day and not got a cent.
yeah. We're actually experiencing that here too, though. And I think a lot of it was due to the lockdown, and
Yeah,
people
yeah,
getting paid for doing nothing. And I mean, I think it's just in humans' nature. If they don't have that innate drive to earn, and
yeah.
you know, I mean, there's so many hiring. Everyone's hiring, and nobody wants to work. I don't know how they're surviving, but I guess some sort of government assistance they've attached themselves to, or were
Here's
able
another
to.
angle. Here's another angle that I can give you for why South Africans are behave the way they do.
Hmm.
If you have a cousin who got a job through a connection, through having some familial connection with some high-ranking government officer,
Hmm.
and now gets days around um, some government office and get paid like a huge amount of money,
Yeah.
it becomes very difficult for you to get to go out and work, to sweat for a few rands of dollars, right?
Yeah.
And essentially, you start to have this uh, 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 sense of I've had this high vicariously via this friend of mine or this relative, and now
Yeah.
I can't settle for anything less than that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a factor. So
Mm-hmm.
the mere existence of the current government, the fact that they're crooks making millions,
Yeah.
you know, um, it the next person's going to think, oh, all I have to do is all I have to do is find someone who's connected, get
Right.
in whatever office, and then I'll be set, you know. All
Well,
I need to do is kill this guy or that guy,
right.
find myself, you know, worm my way into this particular department, and then
Yeah.
climb the rankings to till
Yeah.
I get to the top. And
Uh,
it's always like I got to take some shortcut. It's
yeah.
never I should grind. One of the things I really admire about Andrew Tate is he said something about
Yeah.
you're talking about working smart and working hard, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying that if you're looking for ways to work smart, you're already failing, you know, because
Yeah.
you're sort of selling yourself short on the work ethic
Yeah.
aspect. It's like you should want to work hard and you should
Yeah.
have the ability to work hard
Yes.
and then be so good at working hard that you're now able to cut corners, not
Yeah.
start off trying to work smart, you know?
Right.
Because he was essentially saying that a lot of the people who champion working smart are only doing it from an angle of from a
Cheating.
point of trying to cheat the system, trying to
Yep.
be lazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Well,
these are the
going
sorts of
back
things that are
to
not taught.
yeah, but
Yeah,
going back to what you were saying about your government, like the culture that I grew up in Washington State, it's just super deep blue.
yeah,
Um, the environment encouraged people in the environment would encourage, welfare for
yeah,
bastards.
yeah.
And the more different dads you had or whatever, the higher your
The
paycheck would
better.
be.
Yeah,
Also, man, if you could
and the more
get
dads to ask from
yeah, but
for
but
for
if you
for
could
for,
get
for
like a mental or physical disability, you were set
yeah.
for fucking life. You had a
Oh yeah.
paycheck for fucking
We
life. I'm
we
like,
literally have
what?
shows about this.
Yeah,
Let me show you how like generous South African is. South Africa
yeah,
is. It's we have shows that talk about this and
really,
actually talk about people who go on to blow said money.
yeah,
So say
yeah,
for we have like one of the big ones is the road accident fund, right? So
uh-huh.
if you get you know disabled by a random drunk driver, right? You can go
Yeah.
and claim from this road accident fund, and they'll give you like millions, right? And a lot of
Jeez,
the people get that money, blow it on hookers, on
yeah,
a flashy
drugs,
lifestyle, yeah,
yeah,
drugs and all sorts of things like that, yeah.
cars that they then
And
crash.
we have shows about this, and people like talk about it all the time, and people be like, man, if that was me,
Yeah,
and it's like, how about thinking about money? You should look at that and say that shouldn't even be an option. Everyone should grind,
yeah,
everyone should work, and
yeah,
we should be focusing. We shouldn't be talking about like South Africa. So man, I'm really like I'm just mentally out of South Africa. South Africa. So if you look at trending topics on Twitter, almost every day it's some sex position.
mm,
It's some story about someone cheating on someone. Some story
mm,
about how or the latest grand theft, someone stealing something, someone corruption or whatever, right?
yeah,
I've never seen anything entrepreneurial trending. I've never seen and the few people they congratulate are people who excel in like in these sorts of careers that are really like say like music, you know.
Right.
They never like
Right.
congratulate people who are like, say, like the Elon Musks or the, you know, pioneers of industry, you know.
Yeah.
It's always like random people who have like,
Entertainment.
who excite entertainment. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's someone who's got a reality show, someone who's won some, again, another reality show, maybe a contestant in some Survivor or some crazy reality show. They're always congratulating those sorts of people, celebrities. That's culture, and it's very vapid, and there's no uh, 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 let me say that's South African urban culture, right?
Mm.
Because I
Yeah.
need to make a distinction.
Right.
Yeah, and it's very vapid. It's very you know, fast life. Um, everything needs to be a get rich quick scheme.
Yeah.
You know, and what that does is it makes just the general moral fabric of society starts to decay.
Yeah.
Because things like cash and transit heists, where they like bomb these vehicles that transport cash from stores to banks.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like big in South Africa, right? And there's all sorts of videos about people trying to get, you know, or successfully getting money out of these vehicles. We have like, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's very difficult to see.
Bunch of whores. Bunch of hedonistic whores.
There's a lot, man. Even that stuff is like the whole OnlyFans thing now is a thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you can hardly search for anything on social media without bumping into some OnlyFans content or some woman trying to sell you, you know, that sort of stuff. And
Yeah.
yeah, man, it's sad, man. It's sad. It's really sad. And I think, um, you know how people like passport bros talking about how let's go to Africa and find wives and all that. Don't
Yeah.
come to South Africa.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Don't
Actually,
come to South Africa.
Billy's dealing with some shit like that in the UK too. You were talking about protests. His
Yeah,
fucking teachers are protesting currently.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, look, the UK is already quite socialist.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like what they call centrist politics are
Mm-hmm.
socialist. We have, I mean, we further to the left of the UK, but still, it's, you know, you can't really compare yourself to the extreme. But yeah, the UK is already quite socialist. You see it especially in like a lot of the stuff you
Yeah.
hear from London.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure London's their capital city. It's their biggest one. Yeah, like the stuff you hear coming out of there, like the whenever I listen to influencers coming from there and like just them commenting on politics, even some of the football guys. Recently there's been some controversy about uh, Gary Lineker,
Mm.
former great. He made some comments about some bill, I think, relating to immigration in the UK, and he compared it to you know, the typical lefty thing of saying it's like the Nazis, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he compared it to 1930s Germany. Said the language is like 1930s Germany, and like there's a whole who, yeah. So that like they're having a whole tiff about that
The
as well. So it's,
reincarnation of Hitler. Oh no. Oh no.
yeah, you know. So yeah,
Mm.
it's very disheartening to live in a society that you see decaying in real time
Yeah.
and
No,
to
there's.
feel very powerless.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, you can't stop it. Like they'll say, okay, build yourself a power system. It's like how many South Africans have the money to do that?
Right.
They'll say, find a way to not depend on the government. How many South Africans can do that?
Yeah.
You know, never mind the lazy ones. I mean, the ones who actually want to work, they cannot do that. They just don't have the means, right? And I think we've regressed so far that I think you'll find that most Africans will have to start resorting to subsistence farming,
Mm.
like hijack some piece of land somewhere, grind your like work your not just work your ass off and try to plant whatever means whatever fruits or veggies you need for the year, whatever crops you need for the year, and live off of that. Because besides that, you're not going to get a job.
And hope you don't get robbed.
Oh yeah, oh man, that's a
Fuck.
whole different topic now.
Yeah.
Hope you don't get robbed. That's like you'd be thankful if that happened.
On harvest day.
Because if that doesn't happen, I think the one that farmers are actually really worried about is being killed.
Yeah.
Because they don't just rob you. This is South Africa. We kill you.
Yeah.
That's what criminals do. In South Africa, that's what happens to you.
Yeah.
Right? So you um I mean, if they can kill you for a phone, what do you think they'll do if they get to like
If they're
just harvest?
hungry and
Yeah,
you are the only one that has food.
yeah,
Yeah.
essentially, yeah. So it's yeah, South Africa is decaying quickly, and a lot of the government. I think what scares the government is that it's becoming clear that the violence that has previously been directed at citizens just directing it, meeting it on each other, just violence there. It's starting to be directed to them now.
Yeah.
If celebrities are getting hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long until politicians are getting hit now?
Yeah.
And mind you, there are a whole lot more people angry with politicians than there are people angry with celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like celebrities promise to do anything for the people.
Right.
It's not like celebrities said, vote for me, I'll do A, B, C.
Right. It's not so like celebrities reach in your pocket and take money out.
Exactly. It's not like celebrities
Yeah.
promise to give you. It's not like celebrities take the money from your pocket, elect them, get elected, buy Patek Philippe's, and
Mm-hmm.
pose in front of cameras with these millions of rands worth of jewelry and clothing,
Mm-hmm.
and then turn around to say, "Oh, we can't find the funds. We don't have enough money to do what we originally promised."
Yeah. Oh, it's like Iraq.
Okay.
Fuck. I have a client that moved here from there, and she said it's so fucking bad there. Like the people that she knows, like her family, her friends, her community, like they miss Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
Like
I think what's sad about South Africa is that we are heading in Iraq, Libya, in that direction, but
yeah.
we haven't been bombed.
Right.
That's the sad part. It's like we haven't been bombed. So what's with all this decay? It's sort of like a self-bombing through
Yeah.
terrible ideology.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to play this video?
Oh, Better Bachelors. Did you not see it? Do you want me to play
I
it for
haven't
you?
seen it. I haven't seen it. Like if you could like maybe skip through the bits that sort of
I didn't watch all of it.
Okay, what's the part that really stuck out to you?
Is SA the canary in the coal mine for the West? I think so.
Yeah.
And I have
It-
receipts.
Okay, let's see
I
what
mean,
receipts you
I
have.
just figured.
Just
I was
sort of like
like,
skim
oh, yeah, I know he's talking about it, but Emmanuel and Sec have been talking about it for a couple of years now.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it would be cool if you guys could do like an interview. I want to see that.
I actually have better people that I think would make my case, the South African case. And I think he should interview them instead.
Why
some
not
good
you,
guys.
Emmanuel? Come on. You would do a great interview. You'd be on camera and have your Tim Pool beanie on.
Oh man, how's
That would be
simple, man?
awesome.
Last I checked, he was getting into some
Yeah, he's in trouble.
quite a lot of tiffs. And what
Yep,
happened
he's
that
in trouble.
what's her name? Eliza Blue?
Yeah, some crazy feminists. The guys are pissed at him.
Yeah, like I saw, because I used to follow that chick. She was talking about campaigning for against child pornography, I think it was. And at some point I just got annoyed. I think she tweeted something that like didn't jive with me. I was like, okay, yeah, you one of these crazies. I'm following
Yeah.
her. So it was kind of funny seeing people expose her, and then
Yeah.
obviously Tim Pool caught some strays.
Lots of strays.
Yeah.
Lots of strays.
Yeah.
But he's, the on the fence guy. He doesn't want to. He wants to, like Milo said when he was on. He wants to be able to speak to as many people as possible, even though it means that he'll say less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are we seeing the South Africa video by Joker or not?
Yeah. Let's
Yeah?
check it out.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me back it up a little bit, I think. Plus, I need to get rid of some tea, so I'll be right back.
Guys, welcome to Better Bachelor. My name is Joker with a face for radio and a voice for print. I'm going to start doing a little bit more, I don't know if you'd call them news-ish stories or just kind of articles and information I find as I surf the web for the craziness that is my life and the content that I do. But a lot of times I come across this stuff and I say, well, is this men's content? And then when we're talking about finances or collapse or tough times or bad times happening, I say, yeah, this is something I think that should be shared. The story I have here, if you remember, sometime I think late last year, Octoberish, maybe November, something like that, I talked about Sri Lanka and some of these other countries that went with the ESG and diversity hires and everything else, how they're starting to collapse. Well, it seems now South Africa is coming up, and it may be the next to collapse. If any of you are in South Africa, I would love for you to post down below. Give us a detailed update. I will happily pin that underneath the video so we can get more information. This is a thread that I found as I was searching the interwebs from a guy named Zombieland. He's K9_Reaper. He says he's urban ops focused on conflict within South Africa. He's a first responder and a volunteer. And apparently he lives there and kind of keeps his nose on the ground. And I think this can be a foretelling of the bad times to come. And a lot of times, it's very easy to get to a place where you say, you know what, that'll never happen here. Now, granted, South Africa is much more, has many more issues than many westernized countries, but it's already starting to pop up even in Western countries a little bit. And so is South Africa the canary in the coal mine? Is it what's going to eventually happen in another 2, 3, 5, 10 years here in the United States or in Western Europe or in Australia or New Zealand, whatever? And that's why I think it's important we talk about things again. So maybe you can start aligning your short, middle, long-term plans to be prepared for stuff like this. So he says South Africa has collapsed. Here's why. He says part 1, intro, wasteland, societal collapse, final outcome, and part 5, doing good. So he says part 1, South Africa is a beautiful country and home to many unique languages and cultures such as Afrikaner or Boer. We have a base load of around 70 million people. Access to both sea and land trade are considered a great tourist destination. We live in a truly beautiful country, a place like no other. Our winters are short and summers long. Our country is huge, too. I love this land, as did my forefathers who built it. But here's what they're not telling you. He says, buckle up. Our infrastructure is just short of completely obliterated. Infrastructure required for immediate and long-term access to life in general is either non-existent or hanging in by a string. Here's the short list. Sewage treatment works. More than half are offline, and those that are working aren't effective. And then he has, now for all of you just listening, he has links to the stories, the news articles that he's reporting from. Let me just pause here and say, are we not seeing rail derailments? Almost 1,000 a year here in the United States. Of course, we just had what happened in Palestine, Ohio, but there's been videos. Matter of fact, I posted one on my Twitter page where you can see trains derailing, where the wooden ties that are under the railroad tracks are getting shifted to the point where the tracks are now uneven. They go up and go down. They wiggle left and right, and trains are
Could you pause
having
that for
to
a
slow
second?
down to
I
5 and
just
10
have
miles an hour.
one sassy second comment to make. Um, in South Africa, our response to what he just mentioned would be, "You guys still have railways?" That would be our response. Why? Because that's being stolen and sold off because people are just trying to get money from scrap metal. So
Scrap
yeah,
metal or railings are the rail lines which are established and always maintained by the railways is the one that is the best, which is sold in scrap metal at, you know 1900s price, even by the government. So if you buy that scrap metal as well, you are making pipes with it, you are making. So in
yeah,
India there is a rail mafia
yeah,
which
yeah. We have that here as
maintains.
well.
Oh yes, oh yes, we are the
We have all
legatees
sorts of
of the British
mafias.
Empire.
We have all sorts of. Oh man, it's
We
crazy
have
to hear that.
sand mafia as well, because the sand which
Yeah,
is alongside the river basin that you have to extract from the riverbed sometimes, and through the seashore lines. India is the coast for Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea, as well as Bay of Bengal. We have sand mafia, then we have all sorts of different kinds of mafias who run their own syndicates, and they are
yeah.
the ones who have government bureaucrats on their payroll, and
Mm-hmm.
they are the ones who decide at what price who is getting what.
Yep, exactly. Um, yeah. Gamada, maybe after this clip, I actually have one an interview from our former CEO, the former CEO of our power company that you
Hmm.
find quite interesting. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Just to give you insight into what happens when you have heavily race-based politics, plus government interference, plus
Mhm.
these mafias, and how all of that comes together to create this mess that we have now. Yeah, but
Mm.
yeah. Let's continue with the clip.
You want to listen to some more?
Yeah.
Okay. Just let me know when to pause.
Okay.
Hour just to get through. And the video I have on my Twitter feed shows one that just a couple of ties wiggle out from underneath it. There's a sag, and the whole train just slowly rolls off the track. It happened in Michigan last year. We're supposedly spending $1 trillion of our money for infrastructure. Biden said he was going to do this about 2 years ago, yet nothing has changed. Where did that money go? Just something to keep in mind. He says water processing works. Of the millions of kilometers of piping, we only have an average of 64% access rate to fresh drinking water. He said the system is dying. Blackouts are making it worse. And again, another link to the national water crisis. The electrical grid. By now, most of you know that South Africa is going through load shedding, where government turns off large parts of the electrical grid in order to avoid grid collapse. This leads to every possible issue imaginable. And again, he has another link to a story. We're seeing this in California. We saw this with the Green Initiative down in Texas when it hit a freeze and all the wind generators just stopped producing energy. We're seeing this now in the UK, where a lot of businesses, steel manufacturers, other manufacturer facilities are either lessening their load output or they're shutting down completely because electricity and power and heating and gas is getting so expensive that they're struggling to stay operating. Now, granted, the prices have come back a little bit. They're not as bad as they were, but this really isn't the season that you need to worry about. It's going to be the following year, I think, is when things are going to fall off the offline. He says, with the above rolling blackouts, correct term for load shedding, comes less water, no communications, and just complete decay of jobs and hope. It's a sad picture where you go an average of 8 to 12 hours a day without power, and sometimes without power or water for days. And I will mention this too. If your power goes out for half the day, food, even in your refrigerators and other things, are going to spoil. Production plants offline, which makes food and other things getting harder and harder to both produce, buy, store, and eat and cook. He said almost every single state-run enterprise is defunct. They're literally the spitting image of Zimbabwe. Our only power, ESKOM, our only power producer is dead in the water, averaging a 50% or less power output. A complete lack of maintenance, corruption leads to bankruptcy, and literally sabotaging of general plants has led to this. Now, something I do want to mention is what happened last year here in the United States. The oil pipeline, or actually, it was post-processing. So the gasoline manufacturing plants that had a bunch of pipes and pipelines, that got hacked not last year, but the year before that. I know this because I was driving my bus across country, and a lot of the diesel stops that I pulled into were out of diesel fuel. And that was only 20% of our capacity was taken out. And there were truckers that were sitting there sometimes waiting, because if you get low enough on fuel and there's no fuel, you can't drive anywhere. So there were truckers that were stuck delivering goods and they couldn't go anywhere. They had enough fuel, they could run their refrigerant or whatever for the trailers they were towing, but that was it. Well, what happens, and one of the reasons why they said they had such a hard time getting things fixed, and they actually ended up paying the ransom, is because they didn't have enough people that knew how to run things manually. They had these computer systems that have been around for a decade or two that are kind of automatically doing everything. And when those went offline, the men that built these lines and knew how to
The
manually
men
run
that
them
build these
were
lines.
retired. They weren't around anymore, and they weren't training new people to fix this. How much longer does that last for?
Right? Oh shit! I was gonna say I think Emmanuel had a blackout. We lost him.
No, no, it is called load shedding. It is in India as well. In India, I mean, the state where I live in summertime, during the days of April, May, June, at least in these 3 months, government actually shuts down the power grid for 1 hour. And imagine what time it would be. It is in the morning at six
Mm.
o'clock when
No.
everyone is lethargic, too lazy to get out of their bed. So at least, and someone asked a minister over here, and he said, "Well, at least people are disciplined to wake up at 6 in the morning because there is a load shedding." Oh, come on,
Right?
load shedding. This is what
Mhm.
happens because those people who could work as replacement for those men who were working manually
Yep.
were not given the job because of diversity is our strength.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Those Dick Van Dykes.
Right. Oh man,
This
contriver, I'm enjoying all the crazy bitches fucking reeing right now because they keep getting fired for some bullshit diversity, inclusion, equity position.
in real time scenario, and I'm as serious as a heart attack on this one because if you would see, all these diversity officers are actually a symbolism of affluence and
Yes.
opulence that they have to listen to the verbal garbage that is coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
In that regard, I'm not saying you, I'm saying about them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, so I'm saying in their context, And that is why men need to be trained, because men are replacement for the next generation
Yeah.
regarding running the infrastructure.
Yeah.
And I clearly remember when TFM used to do streams back in the day, even since 2020, the power goes out. I've seen when Texas went out of power.
Yeah.
So
We had
that was,
during that ice
yeah,
storm, I
yes.
Oh
lost
yeah.
power for 5 days.
So how did you people manage?
I was fine. I have a fireplace. I have tons of meat in the freezer. Like I just would make a fire and cook some meat on a stick and feed my dogs, and then we'd take a nap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even for those 5 days, you were living a primitive lifestyle which your
Yeah.
ancestors might have did in the Paleolithic age, ten
Yeah.
to 20,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So
No, it
I
was
think
easy.
exactly.
Yeah.
Real life is very simple.
Yep.
These people have actually complicated everything regarding their entry cases, but whatever. I am digressing. So I think that those men need to be prioritized. That is why their education, their well-being, and their we have to give them something to hold on to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As in men in particular, if
Yeah.
we could give them something to fight for, they would die fighting.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
to give
I
them a
think
civilization.
just to
Again, my
second what
brother
you're
from
saying.
another mother, you take over.
Just to second what you're saying. I think prioritizing women has got to be one of the biggest own goals we've scored as
It is a
a
self goal we
civilization.
scored. I concede. I mean, our country, do you think is any different from yours? I mean, we have
No,
an
not
LGBT curriculum for kids in schools now coming up under
uh,
the new education policy.
talking about that. I've actually got something to you might giggle. Might this might make you laugh, contriver. There's I don't know if you've heard recently that one of these banks, SVB Bank, Silicon Valley Bank, sorry.
Oh
Um,
yes, it
uh,
went bankrupt.
yeah, yeah, and I don't know if you checked who was head of risk management there, and their profile.
Oh yes,
Let me,
any
let
male
me see if
feminist or a female feminist.
I just hope grandmother could come back. And let's see if she's gonna come back and then show because I
Yes.
want you to see that it's gonna make you laugh and what the person was prioritizing and all sorts of stuff. It's just like that's what you get, man, if you're not focused on doing what the business is supposed to do. Just
I
looking at
mean,
this what's on screen
this
here.
for look. The thing is,
Yeah,
it is propounded out of universities via activism. So
yeah,
activism is on a psychological level. So people take it at face value. Businesses think that it would sell their snake oil, so they take it. Just like in the Gillette ad, they learnt it the hard way, but they had to save face by saying, "Well, I mean, it is for the common good of the people, so we have to take an L." Then the Hollywood
yeah,
industry, after the Golden Globes award and Ricky Gervais actually mowed down the entire Hollywood elites regarding their connections to Weinstein's and Epstein's of the
yeah.
world, and
That's a general
they
hypocrisy.
got obliterated out of
Yeah,
it.
they got
And
destroyed.
we covered that with in the run up to the Johnny Depp trials that were happening back in those
Yeah,
days. After
yeah,
that, what happened was something called hey, Mr. Woody Johnson, good morning. So after that, what has happened is they would realize very soon when they would hit rock bottom.
yeah,
It is just that they would change their tunes very quickly. All these
yeah,
people would come around. All these people would start saying, "Yes, we were taken on a ride and all this, then that." But the thing is, when it would come to them, for example, I would name a rapper, okay, in the club,
Okay.
50 Cent. When Trump was running for re-elections in 2020,
Oh yes. Oh
you
man,
remember fuck New York, because
that
if
was
you are
some
going to
that was some
tax this
cuckery.
much, then I'm going to become 25 cents instead of being a 50 cent.
Yeah, I remember that like happened yesterday. And then what's the name? Chelsea Handler, I think was the one who
Chelsea Manning or something. No, no, no.
it was Chelsea Handler.
Chelsea Handler, yes.
Yeah.
So,
Uh,
I mean, she always tries to
I
flash
believe
on
they
Twitter
dated
as
back in the
well.
day.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean,
uh,
he fucked her. That's it. She
yeah.
got fucked.
I was trying to be trying to be kind.
No, no,
But
no.
yeah,
I mean, there is no love lost for the sperm receptacles of the world. I mean,
yeah,
be
but
it of any kind, color. I mean, if there had been a black bitch, so what? Just like in the case of Will Smith.
yeah. Oh
I
man,
mean, the
don't
new
remind me.
Chris Rock. I mean, Chris Rock's Netflix special was edited right now.
Really?
Exactly. Chris Rock had a special on Netflix called Selective Outrage.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
in that, it is on YouTube as well, if you would see, and on Twitter as well. He mentioned the Will Smith slap at the Oscars. And he
yeah. He destroyed
said
them.
that. And he addressed Jada as well. And he said, no one was taking on this bitch. No one was putting a hurt on her. No one was
Yeah,
trying to tame that bitch, and everyone knew as to what has happened. All these people try to be, I mean, these are millionaires mimicking misery. The red table talk was a failure, and that is why she had to bring up something from her closet that would interest the audience, and they would start talking about it because they think that any publicity is good publicity,
yeah,
even though she destroyed the career of her husband Will Smith.
yeah. Definitely.
I mean, imagine if Tupac Shakur was alive and he was the husband of Jada Pinkett Smith. What would have happened then?
He would have smacked
You
that
know,
instead of his friend.
He would have said, "You can't. You claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife."
uh,
Sorry, guys, I had to make a sandwich. Good
okay,
morning,
Mother,
Woody. Hmm?
I have two requests, right? Firstly,
Okay.
could you? I think on Twitter you'd probably be able to find it there. Could you look up SVB, right? Bank,
Select.
and then Silicon Valley Bank, and then say risk management.
SVB risk management.
Oh yes, this is a New York Post article. I'm putting it. I'm posting it in the private chat so that good mother could show that. And good mother, uh,
I just like you
would
to
you be
see
kind?
the profile of the head of what you call it of risk.
Oh
I just like
yes,
you to see because they probably have it somewhere there on Twitter.
yes.
Hmm. Sorry, I'm going behind my screen because I'm going to scarf down these sandwiches.
Okay, fine, but at least show the article.
Okay. This one?
Thank you. No,
Um,
no,
let's see.
the
Go to photos.
where is photos?
No, not the profile.
Oh,
Go to
photos.
photos. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah,
Of
that's exactly what I was looking
course.
for.
Of
Yep.
course.
Now read. Could you read that? Could you read that? Just scroll down a little bit.
Mm.
So Contriver, you've got some
I
shared
have the
racial
entire
guilt.
article.
You've got some
Yes,
shared racial guilt. You need to account for.
this bitch is an Indian.
Oh, yes, it is.
This should be
Head
shot
of
in India. I mean, someone throw an acid bottle on her face.
let,
Right?
let
Acid
me read
attack.
this out. So, head of, mind you, good mother, this bank just went bankrupt, and
Oh,
it's like front and center of the bank crash that we're seeing on the markets right now. See, it's actually trending on Twitter. So they say a head of financial risk management and model risk Silicon Valley Bank UK Limited. Um, this is her little blurb for her profile. It says the phrase "you can't be what you
hmm
can't see" resonates with me.
See,
As a
that's
queer
all the
person of
feminists.
as a queer person of color and a first generation immigrant from a working class background, there were not many roles for me to see growing up. I feel privileged to co-chair the LGBTQ plus ERG and help spread awareness of lived queer experiences, partner with charitable organizations, and above all, create a sense of community for our LGBTQ plus employees and allies.
Hmm
So it was a bank
This
for
is the head of
LGBT
financial
community.
risk. This is
Yes.
the head of financial risk
Yes.
management and
Yes.
model risk. Instead
hmm
of
This
talking
is
about
what.
risk, she's talking about LGBTQ allies.
In fact, better. In fact, better. I would say, in fact, better. Ma, please go in the private chat and please show this article from New York Post. It elucidates on the great details of what endeavors she has conducted till date.
Oh God.
Mm. All right, contriver, but you read it because I'm going to eat.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
contriver.
Just
This is
you.
this is penance. This is penance for
Okay,
for
fine, fine,
your
fine.
racial guilt.
Fine,
Let's
fine,
go.
fine. Share screen. I'm sharing my screen, okay? Share system
Oh,
audio.
okay.
Share screen.
All right.
Okay, okay. Now, where
Mm.
is it?
By the way, Gray is putting together a presentation for us. He sent me
Uh-huh.
like, I don't know, like probably close to
Gray
10
the
different
Ghost?
emails. No, no,
Gray
Gray
the
from
Ghost?
Germany.
Oh, R. Gray. Okay.
Yeah, our Gray.
Uh, Please scroll down.
My thing isn't working. There it is.
You just have to
Oh,
scroll
you.
it down. Scroll down.
I'm trying.
Yes.
Oh, it's
Okay.
because of
See,
the
I got
ad.
these
It's
stupid
the ad.
ads on here.
Do you
There we
not
go.
have
It's
an ad
fine. It's
blocker?
fine.
I don't know. Did it come
Well,
with
You
a
need to
I.
get an
laptop?
app. You need to get as an extension. Oh my word! You get as an extension. Okay. Uh, good mother, could you share the screen? Share like the entire window instead of the tab.
It's fine. I'm sharing my screen right now so
Yeah,
that
let
good
let
mother doesn't
contriver do
have.
it.
Let me do it. Let
Okay.
me pick
Let
up
the
the
We need
Indian
to
article.
show you how.
guy from tech support do it.
We need to, we need
Yes.
to show you how to get
Imagine being a tech
an ad
support
blocker,
for your own tech support. Okay.
or you could get,
So
or you
this
could use a
is.
Brave browser. Yeah, just like
I'm on Brave
contriver.
browser.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Brave browser. So this is from Catherine Donlevy.
Hmm
While Silicon Valley Bank collapsed, top executive pushed work programs. Okay. A head of risk management at Silicon Valley spent considerable time spearheading multiple work LGBTQ plus programs, including a safe space for coming out stories. As the
Oh my
firm
word.
catapulted towards collapse, Jay Arespa, the boss of financial risk management at SVB's UK branch, launched initiatives such as the company's first month long Pride campaign and a new blog emphasizing mental health awareness for LGBTQ plus youth. The phrase, "you can't be what you can't see," resonates with me, RSF was quoted as saying on the company website, "What is this? Some John Cena bullshit? Huh? You can't see me. You can't see me." Anyways, as a queer person of color and a first generation immigrant from a working class background, there were not many role models for me to see growing up. Obviously, because your mother beheaded you ungrateful Dick Van Dyke. Her Caucasian European LGBTQAI plus co-chair earned her a spot on SVB's outstanding LGBT plus role model lists. Post just 4 months before the bank was shut down for this actually that is I would share after the article is finished. Okay. In addition to instituting SVB's first safe space catch up, which encouraged influencers to share their coming out stories and serving on LGBTQ plus panels around the world, RSA, RCP director for diversity models and volunteering as a mentor for migrant leaders. I feel
My
passionate
word.
LGBTQ plus ERG and to spread awareness for lived queer experiences, particularly
Wait, contriver.
for our
Yeah. Wait,
LGBTQ
contriver, contriver,
plus
you're
employees and power empowerment.
contriver.
Yes.
Con- You're borging out a little bit.
Yeah, you're going robotic.
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
know. Emmanuel,
Yes,
Emmanuel, can you see
okay,
it?
I should go with the Indian accent. That would not mess up. Okay.
Oh man.
Anyways,
Um.
I should continue.
actually, I actually prefer your Indian accent versus your English.
Definitely, guys.
Let,
Okay.
let, let's hit. Let's see if there's an improvement. If there is, oh
Okay.
man.
Right?
Alright. I couldn't
Okay.
immediately
No,
leave
it's
which
it's not.
comment.
It's still robotic.
SVB was
Yeah.
a Department of Financial
Um,
Protection.
Contriver.
Okay.
contriver, contriver,
See?
contriver.
Oh,
I
yes.
was gonna say, will you
Yes.
just post it and let Emmanuel read it?
Yeah,
You're Borgie.
No, 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 no.
There
yeah.
you go.
He,
Now
he
is
he
it
he sent it
fine?
to us
Now is it fine?
in the chat.
Now is it fine? Now is it fine? Hello, hello, check.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, hello,
It's
check.
perfect.
Okay, fine. Fine. Lord. Anyways, as I should go with the Indian accent, that wouldn't
Ah,
mess up anything at all.
let's see.
Arsapa couldn't immediately be reached for comment. SVB was Friday by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation shortly after it disclosed it had taken a 1.8 billion hit from a 21 billion bond holdings. It faced a cash crunch due to surging interest rates, and a rebound in the tech sector led many customers to pare their deposits. Home Depot founder Bernie Marcus said the pressure to institute work policies could have led to SVB's dramatic failure. Shares of SVB Financial, the bank's parent, had plunged by a whopping 60% on Thursday. The stock was down by another 60%. Holy moly! In pre market trading Friday until being halted on Saturday. Home Depot co founder Bernie Marcus insinuated that woke policies like the launched by RCP could have led to the SVB's dramatic failure. I feel bad for all of these people that lost all their money in this woke bank. It was more distressing to hear that the bank officials sold off their stock before this happened. It is depressing to me, he told Fox News Neil Cavuto. Who knows whether the Justice Department would go after them? They are a woke company, so I guess not, and they will probably get away with it. The businessman blamed the Biden administration for pushing companies and banks to consider global warming over shareholder returns, resulting in catastrophic economic pitfalls. Thank you, Mr. Joe Biden. These banks are badly run because everybody is focused on diversity and all of the woke issues and not concentrating on the one thing they should, which
Wow.
is shareholder returns. Yes, you dimwit. It is the shareholder returns. It is the return
Right.
on investments.
Yep.
Instead of protecting the shareholders and their employees, they are more concerned about the social policies. And I think it is probably a badly run bank. They have been there for a lot of years. It is pathetic that so
That's
many
me.
people lost money that won't get it back. The impact of SVB's collapse is not entirely clear, but experts theorize it could impact the future of regional and mid sized banks across the county. It
Good.
could impact the future of other regional and mid-sized banks. Of course, because this big
Good.
behemoth of a bank would have given loans to other small banks in the county as well.
Right.
Sources told the Post wealthy clients frantically pulled their money from SVB after it collapsed and rushed it to put it in large banks like JP Morgan or Bank of America. SVB's
Mm.
collapse could predict an end to innovation, others claimed. SVB was known for backing startups, leaving a hole other banks may not rush to fill. I rest my case, Your Lordship. But again, coming back to what I'm trying to say, I have seen this sort of hullabaloo in the banking sector since I have worked in Alberta in the
Yeah.
banking sector, and
Mm.
I would not name the bank right now, but I would
Yeah.
say this: these banks have been inculcating these very woke policies, and the banks are also going woke. So
Yeah.
don't think for a second that just like Alex Jones, who is not getting his money back, you would be the banks could withhold money from you.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it is not feasible right now to even deposit your money in the banks, regardless of whatever they say, or even in the stocks. So we are going back to the basics, which is the gold standard, gold and silver. So buy precious metals, invest in that, because that is
Yeah.
the very basic. I mean, gold and silver are worldwide considered the metric for gauging economy or for gauging anything. Many of our friends on the server as well are buying gold and silver coins because of
Yeah.
we try inducing them every now and then. That's it.
Yeah. Emmanuel, do you want to
Yep.
say something about that? Because you're the one that brought it up.
Yeah. Look. I think it's kind of crazy how far this affirmative action, social outreach thing can stray away from the fundamentals of a business.
Yeah.
And I think I think I was speaking to you the last time about this, about how I think the stakeholder model has failed. I think all of this let's do more than what our business actually does
Right.
approach, um, it has just been an utter failure. And
Yeah.
I have for years now been championing the return of the tigers, of the core of the capitalists, of the ruthless capitalists,
Yeah.
back to the steering wheel of most of the West. And
Yeah.
for all their faults, they never y- they if anything failed would come from a ruthless pursuit of profits, not doing something that literally is eating into the profits, like
Right.
say the all of these LGBTQ drives instead of actually trying to do your job, which is risk management. You know,
Right.
um,
Right. Right.
yeah, it's insane. I
Yeah.
hire you to do a risk management. You come and tell me about LGBTQ and trying to reach out to allies. You should have gone to HR, man. Like, well, what are you doing in risk management?
Right.
Go
HR
to
was
HR.
built
Go
for
do some.
women.
Go to
MBA in
HR. Go
HR
do
was built
some
for
social
women.
outreach there. You have
Right.
no
Look,
business in financial risk. You have
Yeah.
no business doing financial risk. Like
Right.
none whatsoever. I should
Yeah.
never hear anything like that coming out of someone who's doing out of the mouth of someone who's doing financial risk.
Right.
LGBTQ. What the
Right.
what? How does that fit into VAR? How does that fit into any of these other models and formulas needed for risk? Like what?
It doesn't.
This person knows, like, and the you know what the sad part is? She's probably highly educated. She probably knows what she's like. She actually is like. She's probably been taught what to do, but she's choosing to do
she proved
all
a
this other
point.
stuff because it's ideology over the business. It's ideology
Does she
over competence.
though? I would argue she doesn't know. I would argue that they were meeting, HR, somebody in HR was pushing her into this position and telling the guys in the company like, "Oh no, this person will be great." I bet she doesn't fucking know what she's doing.
I think it's worse than that. I think she knows, but she chooses not to do it. I think you
No.
to make the analogy right, Gamada, there are a lot of people in Silicon Valley who were taught how to be programmers and software engineers and all this stuff. Like they got the degrees in computer sciences and
Just because they got a degree though doesn't mean they're competent. These
no,
professors at
it's
these universities fucking push women through, especially a queer woman. Oh my god. Like how progressive.
I don't think
Exactly.
the problem is competence in a lot of these people so much as it is actually doing something of value.
I mean,
Like I think
look, when
if you had someone like for a lot of these software engineers, think about the people who post videos about my day at Twitter or my day at Google or my day at insert whatever Silicon Valley company.
Yeah.
A lot of these people are just lazing around, going for massages or yoga or meditation or
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
other stuff or
Because because
lunch and all this stuff. But if you
be,
sat them down and asked them to solve a lot of like basic like let's say coding things like the actual work, they'd probably be able to do it. It's just that they
I
choose
don't
not to.
I don't think they'd be able to do it. And you know what this is a fundamental problem of seeing the
Okay.
workplace as a home. That's what I hear from all these corporations and all these fucking feminists. Make work more like home. And when you
Yes.
get women into positions, they're going to I think it's in a woman's nature to nurture the environment and make it more home like. I don't think women can help it.
who
I
was
think there's a
that? Oh, I remember. Gray made a presentation for us that the German intelligence wing woman
Yep.
who, had so much extravagant modular kitchen and chimneys and
yes, yes,
this,
yes,
that,
yes,
and
yes.
the
I
other.
remember. I
She
was here for that
made
stream.
she made a home-like office, and
Yep.
then she was found out that it was later found out that she did corruption because she got all the extravagant stuff at the cost of the exchequer.
Yeah.
That is the taxpayer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't honestly like you want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they can, probably do these jobs. I would argue that they can't. And I will give them the benefit of the doubt to say they probably fucking can't help biologically as women to not try to turn their environment into their home.
Then they should stay at home.
Let me just
Exactly.
let me ask you this directly, good mother. Do you think that these people manage to sift through, make their way through all these interviews, while being literally unable to do their jobs, or option number two, they are able to at least do the basics of their jobs. Perhaps they could work an entry level job, but then from there, once getting their feet in through the door, they get promotions that they don't deserve. They get pushed into positions that they don't
Yep.
deserve. So
Yeah.
basically, they do have the core competencies,
Yes.
but perhaps they're not deserving of the particular position. In other words, they're not as good as
Yes.
perhaps the
Yes.
best,
Yes.
Um,
Definitely. Definitely.
and yeah, I think it's more of the latter.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think it's the latter or the former?
The latter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I think both actually. I think a lot of
They
oh
these
yeah,
look
women probably can handle the core stuff because I know what they churn out at these fucking universities. I know for a
yeah,
fact that these professors give preferential treatment to women. They'll even
yeah,
pass women. That's why like one of the faculty senate meetings where one of the professors that I like tried to make pass something saying, "Oh yeah, we can't change grades and we can't give extra credit because of a pretty please." Like we need something on paper that says, "No, we can't do that." And all the women chimed in and was like, "No, don't do that. That'll take away our academic freedom." But they fucking change grades and they pass people and give people fucking degrees that don't deserve it.
So there's basically this kind of looks like South Africa again.
Yes.
We have a whole lot of people who've faked, who've gone to office, like many positions, CEOs, especially of these state-owned companies and business, just general departments and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people in high-ranking positions who have been found to have faked all sorts of qualifications. So to literally have a fake degree, um, and it's kind of hilarious that this is happening, with the approval of lecturers and universities,
Yep.
just just for the sake of pushing furthering the cause of the ideology.
Yep.
no, not only that. Why are you only expunging on that? Later, those very individuals who come in rotation are later hired by the university itself, ultimately culminating into a leftist cultural Marxist bastion.
Mm,
It's like a feeding trough
it
for all of
is.
these
Exactly.
people who otherwise would not have any food, really, who wouldn't have a job.
Exactly.
It,
Not
it- you know
based
you know
on their
what
merit.
you know what that's like. Grandmother, actually have a good example of that.
Yeah.
Uh, we have this state-owned company, the one that's responsible for all of these rolling blackouts, has that very problem. Um, could Let me see if I can send you a link to the clip I'm thinking of. Uh, Wait, it's actually kind of long. Um, see if I can find a shorter version. Let's see if this would work.
Meanwhile, Woody asked a question. Good mother, could you answer him? But
What
but but
about
what
my
about my
equality?
and forced of incompetence individuals, ma?
Yeah. Yeah.
Emmanuel gave a YouTube video.
Got it.
Now that is your department.
Yeah. With my first world internet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
At least you have that first world privilege. Now
Yes,
don't
I
We
do.
try me.
actually
I was
we
gonna say,
have.
whoa, hold on. Both of you. You both don't even live in a first world country. Why are you letting feminism be a thing in your countries?
Well, because it is radiated outwards from America
Yeah.
and it is percolated because there is a colonial hangover over us.
Colonial
We are not,
hangover.
we are colonial
I think
slaves
that's
mentally,
Yeah.
psychologically.
that's a great
We
way to
have
put
no
it.
originality of our own. The
Yeah.
essence
Oh
of
yeah.
whatever our culture was, it's totally gone. At least,
Yep.
unlike us, China and Russia,
Yeah.
even though
They try
China
to retain
might
it.
have animosity towards us, because they call us that you are enslaved people. You don't have originality of your own. Even though
This is the,
that might be a communist nation, they
yeah.
think that they have originality because they adhere to their own native culture, which was before the century of humiliation. In our
Hmm.
case, we just follow the jolly good old chap from Whitehall, London. That is
How
our
hilarious is
problem.
that? Kimberly,
Wait,
the
so are you
censorship
blaming
on.
the white man?
In a way, yes, because of the colonial hangover, which is still there,
Yeah.
because of the white man. But
You
it
know what?
is
You know what
something
it
which
is.
is
Just
let me just finish. It
yeah.
is
Go on, Chantal.
incumbent upon us so that we could come out of it. It is not the white man's burden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, just to add to what Contriver said, right? We we sort of have this weird thing of like looking up to the West, right?
Hmm.
But it's in a very blind way, right? And to certain people, looks like the cause of that is not having a solid cultural identity of our own, right?
Hmm.
So what happens is that we we still look up to the West, try to emulate the West, even when the West is doing bad things, even when the West is destroying itself. So that's how you have um, such, you know, easy access for woke ideology, socialism and all this other stuff to come into countries where, culturally speaking, those ideologies shouldn't be able to survive. You know,
Right.
wokeness shouldn't be able to survive in Africa,
Right.
but
But it does.
it has managed to carve itself an area that has the conditions necessary for survival by relying on this what's the word what's the word I'm looking for?
By relying on
We
this
sort of like
psychological
we sort of like
subversion.
yeah, we sort of like admire the West, and like I said, blindly, and therefore that's how you have these woke people being able to push agendas like, abandon your husbands who fought for your freedom by using that freedom to that they fought for, and then like throwing it back in their face.
Right.
Because your husband's fought for freedom for against the apartheid government, for example, in South Africa, or the British colonialists in India, and then you turn around and you call those same men and their sons, misogynistic.
Massage. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
you weren't
Yeah.
calling us misogynistic when we were getting our legs blown off and our heads, chopped off doing the,
Right.
liberation stuff, But now that you've got all your freedom, now you have, instead of being thankful, you allow the comfort to get to your head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
the same can
explains
be said
what
of the West, when you consider the war versus peacetime. You know, you
Emmanuel.
men went out and fought the Nazis, came back to find women who had taken the time, the period during which they were fighting as motivation to fight for independence.
Right.
Because now they need to be independent from the men who fought for their freedom, because they've enjoyed a life without them, of
Right.
essentially running the households,
Right.
right? Then come 1956, you have all these in South Africa. We had a women's march in on the 9th of August 1956. You had all sorts of women's marches like taking over all over the world around that period of time,
Yeah.
and that's coincidentally the same period of time that marks the start of the decay of the family unit. That's when divorce is started skyrocketing. That's when you start having sexual liberation. All this happened between the 1940s and the 1970s. Just that 30-year period.
Yeah.
So
After the
yeah,
end of the Second World War. It started
yeah.
after the end of the Second World War. But it is interesting, Emmanuel. You enunciated earlier that we came back after defeating the axis of evil forces, and what do we get? You
Right.
are backstabbing us by stepping out on your own male counterpart. That explains us what? That they never loved us in the first instance.
Oh yeah.
It is just
It
that
means
they didn't have a choice.
right. It means you served. You were expedient. You served a particular purpose, right? At that point in
Exactly.
time, they needed you to go and stave off the Nazi invasion, the Nazi, you know, or let's say Nazis in Europe, in Africa, you need to fight off the growth of the apartheid government, the just encroachment into their rights and their lives, right?
Right.
And then as soon as once you serve that purpose, then you start to realize, oh man, I'm only like a tool for you. You know, there's no gratitude. Would you thank a hammer for helping you smack a nail into a wall? You wouldn't
Right.
thank a hammer for doing that. It's a tool.
Right.
It's served its purpose. You know. So
Yeah.
instead, you turn around and you start calling that same tool misogynistic because now doing so that's the new way to that's the new expedient method now. It's
Mm-hmm.
calling that person
And when
misogynistic so that they can make way for you to get that position at the company, or they can make way for you to get access to the university, or they can make way for you so that, all sorts of ways. So it can be now you have women priests and all that stuff. And that's the decay. you
Yeah.
know it's not let us build something for ourselves. It's let's kick men out of what they've built and try
Yeah.
to take it over.
Let's
Yeah, and
prestigize what what we can. Yeah.
I would have
okay,
I genuinely would have had more respect for the whole women's rights movement if they were saying, okay, could you guys allow us to build something for ourselves?
Yeah.
that
Wouldn't
would have
that
been
glorious?
that would have been way better if they say,
Yeah.
okay, fine, we try to forge ahead on our own now. We try to
Yeah.
build something on our own, not
Hmm.
kick that person out or set up rules to make sure that this like man cannot get into this particular position.
Yeah.
That's something totally different. And it's obviously, just to bring it back, I'm finding it hilarious that that very same strategy is being used by the transgender movement now on them.
Mm. I know. I
Recently,
love
we
it.
just had
I love it.
the International Women's Day,
Yep.
and I've been like my timeline was just a whole lot of women plus. I don't know if you saw like a whole lot of that stuff coming out. People basically
Yeah.
saying that you know, women plus is better, is greater than women.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
No.
and you know how you had the saying, women can do everything that men can but better,
Yeah.
right? Now you have women plus can do everything women could do but better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Essentially
No.
saying men can do everything that women can do but better. I found
It's
that hilarious.
now International Men in Dresses Day.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go. I'm all for it. I think we should.
Yeah. Me
I
too.
think
We
if
want more.
I think we shouldn't fight it. I think we should actually push. We should
Yep.
lend support to this. We
I,
should push it as
that's
hard
what
as
I've been
possible.
saying, Emmanuel. Yeah. That means the war between the sexes are over and the men won.
Oh yeah, the men won. Definitely.
men are better at everything, even at being a
Yes,
woman.
we won in high heels and lipstick and makeup. Yep.
Right. By the way, Uncle Gunn said something. What the military just did branch wide for women is a testing grounds for the future of the rest of the country. What? I don't know what he's talking about. And he
they
also
changed,
said, Woody, sticky videotapes, Johnson.
I believe they changed the performance requirements for women. I think that's that's what he's referring to.
Like to match men's, because it's been
Yeah,
less.
but I don't know why that's been. I saw that come up on my timeline recently, and I was like,
Yeah.
wasn't that always the case?
Yeah, it's
but
always been that they have a lower standard of entry.
I guess the difference now is that it's branch wide, instead of like maybe specific branches. I'm not sure.
Good. Like equality, right? Like equal playing field.
Like like equality, like no. As in women get to qualify as, say, soldiers, with lower speeds, lower strength, lower all these things as
No,
compared to what's required for
it's
men.
been like that for a while.
Yeah.
Shall
Uncle
we
Guns
drop
is
the link?
asking for the link.
Yeah. This is for Uncle Guns only. Anybody else I will not let up. And that means you,
Yeah.
Linwood.
Um,
Linwood.
could you perhaps play this clip?
Yeah.
Because yeah.
How much of it? All of it?
Let's. I haven't. Let's just see.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
We've been waiting for this
The
afternoon.
first few bits should be.
It's about South Africa's electricity crisis that continues to be front and center of everyone's minds. Many people just want an end now to the rolling blackouts, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Worse, issues of vandalism and sabotage continue to plague the power utility. My colleague, that's fellow anchor and reporter Heidi Jokers, is now going to have a one-on-one sit-down with Eskom CEO Andre de Ruyter about all these issues and more. Let's go to her now. Good afternoon, Heidi. Over to you.
Thank you so much for that, Bradan. Yes, indeed, we are joined by Eskom CEO Andre de Ruyter, and I think all South Africans want to know how much longer they need to endure load shedding and blackouts. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. de Ruyter. We do appreciate it. Let's just start off with this energy endeavor that's currently underway here in the city of Johannesburg. And there are conversations that the city is trying to move away from the reliance of Eskom. And the reason for this is because of constant blackouts and the fact that you have a situation where the city is constantly in darkness, not just the city, the whole of South Africa. And this energy endeavor is looking at moving away from the reliance of Eskom, and they're just saying that they can't deal with the constant load shedding. What is your response to this?
I've consistently said over the past 2.5 years that the country has a shortfall in generation capacity of between 4,000 and 6,000 megawatts. And that lack of capacity causes us to have to load shed in order to protect the grid for reasons that I think we've explained at length in previous interviews. Now, we are not concerned at all by moves by the city of Joburg to reduce their reliance on Eskom. In fact, we've anticipated this. It was 3 years ago now, when the president announced in his State of the Nation address that metros in good financial standing would be able to buy their electricity directly from IPPs. So this is not a new development. I think how I read the situation in Johannesburg is that the city is following through on that opportunity created by the president. We welcome that, because what it would entail is that an IPP would invest in additional generating capacity. Again, we need that as soon as possible. So if that move by the city can alleviate pressure on our generation system, then I'm all for it. The first priority here is not to protect the interests of Eskom. The first priority is to protect the interests of South Africa by addressing the energy crisis as soon as possible.
I want us to speak about something that the MMC for Environment and Infrastructure in the city of Johannesburg, Michael Sun, said at the Energy Endeavour yesterday.
Pause. Yes.
I think I've got an even better clip that you can see. I've even given you the time, so you just need to click the link.
52 minutes.
Yeah, but it's just a section of it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so it's already on it.
Yeah.
33 minutes.
Yeah.
have subsequently consulted a specialist toxicologist, and
Maybe if you
theory
could go
is
back
that
slightly so you could hear
this was
what the
Do
the
what?
lady was asking. If
Go
you
back?
go back slightly so you can hear what. Yeah, there. That should be.
levels were indeed significantly elevated. Then, when it became apparent that the story would break, I laid a charge of attempted murder at the police, and that's how the story went.
Could you have
Yeah,
died?
so they tried to kill him, by the way.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
have subsequently consulted a specialist
Probably
toxicologist,
one of the mafias.
and the theory is that this was not a pure cyanide cocktail, but that it was a mixture of cyanide and sodium arsenite, which is a rat poison. And what the sodium arsenite apparently does is it masks the detectability of cyanide in a blood test. So if that is so, then the real level of cyanide that I ingested was probably higher than indicated by the blood test. So look, it's difficult to speculate. I had cyanide, I survived it.
So,
could I have died?
So he was poisoned.
Probably.
Yeah. You know, poison is a woman's weapon, right?
Do you have any idea of who tried to, or who poisoned you?
I bet it was
no
a
idea
chick.
whatsoever. One of the individuals who was responsible for taking care of the coffee machine has since absconded from work. He's disappeared. So that remains to be investigated. I was approached to make a statement by two middle-aged detective sergeants. Now, with all due respect, if you are middle-aged and still a sergeant in the police, then you haven't really shot the lights out career-wise. Okay. And as we went through the statement, I mentioned that my cyanide levels were elevated, as indicated by the blood tests. And the detective sergeant then inquired whether I had been experiencing problems with my sinuses. I then asked whether they knew what cyanide was, and they said, no, this is a technical medical term. They don't know anything about it. The doctor needs to explain it to them, and they'd never seen it in their lives before. Now, either this is monumental incompetence by the police, or they are just not interested in investigating this.
So a high-level delegation from the Hawks did not immediately arrive at the office or the hospital or at your home?
This is actually an attack on the state. If your head of your national utility is poisoned, that's a pretty serious matter.
It's an assassination.
And it ran in the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times. It was reported in the Netherlands, in Germany. So this is not a trivial matter, certainly not as far as investors think. But the best that the South African police could do was to dispatch two of their finest detective sergeants to come and take my statement.
Yeah. Just moving on to Eskom now, the utility. Are the problems intractable? Can Eskom be fixed?
Eskom in its current state cannot be returned to its former glory. And I think this is something that South Africans must realize, and in particular politicians must realize. Once you have so badly neglected mechanical equipment that it's falling apart. Once you have allowed your skills base to be eroded to the point where people are no longer following basic principles of good operating practice, to turn that around becomes an enormous challenge. And certainly I think it is not feasible to do it. And I don't think it's necessary to do it. I think if you look at what is available right now in terms of the latest technologies from a cost competitiveness point of view, if you look at the significant appetite of the private sector to invest in generation, it is clear that Eskom over time is going to morph into a transmission and a distribution company, which offers facilities for the private sector to connect to the grid. Now, Eskom will be in generation for many years to come. Kusile's last unit is scheduled to shut down in 2071. So that's a long time from now. So to create false alarm that somehow the changes in Eskom are an attack on coal is simply not justified by the facts. But if we do not start now, we will not recover.
What does that look like?
So I always say we find ourselves in the present predicament because in the past we spent inadequate time talking about the future. Bearing in mind that in 1998, Eskom warned the government and said, we need more capacity. You need to build more power stations. Nothing was done until 2007, when belatedly Medupi and Kusile was started, fraught, beautiful word in both Afrikaans and English, fraught with corruption. And that still is hugely problematic for us in terms of...
Fraught in Afrikaans means rotten. So it's like, I'm pretty sure it's the same in Dutch, stuff like that, maybe even German. But it means rotten. So he's making a bit of a pun there, referring to the corruption that occurred when they were supposed to actually build the power stations. Because the power stations were, it was just riddled with corruption, and they till today they're still not functioning properly, still not giving full capacity. They're built way beyond schedule, way past the schedule, way beyond the original cost. So yeah, that's all due to corruption. Yeah. I just wanted to say as well, I sent in the chat that 23 minutes, just around 22 minutes, he also goes into some of the corruption and had links to the governments and stuff.
You want me to switch to that?
Yeah, you can switch that quickly.
This particular gentleman had a judgment for bad debt on his house, and he had his car repossessed at one stage, and he had no infrastructure, no knowledge of the fuel oil industry. And when I made inquiries from the procurement team why they were recommending this, they could not provide a satisfactory explanation. So the attempts kept on coming and coming and coming. Whenever we try to implement controls to prevent coal theft, to prevent poor quality coal being delivered, again and again, we drew the net tighter, imperfectly, because we're operating against some very determined individuals. But I think that people were not pleased with that. That is quite clear.
What does he mean by people were not pleased with it?
You need to let go, just play on a little bit more, and you'll start to get the sense.
Why did she put this shit in here?
What was the response from high-level members of government and the NPA when you approached them with evidence of corruption?
We had significant difficulty in energizing senior levels of the police. We had one meeting at Megawatt Park with senior officers of the police right at the highest level, as well as SSA representatives, where we shared chapter and verse what we'd found, obviously in a way that protected our sources. The generals and the SSA colleagues were suitably aghast and said, you know, this is completely unacceptable. Of course, we'll immediately start acting on this, and then nothing happened. Now, again, you start to question, is this just incompetence, or is there an attempt to
cover it up,
to somehow sweep things under the carpet?
Have you approached the president or any of the ministers about your concerns regarding high levels of irregularities, theft, corruption, sinister goings on at Eskom?
Absolutely. I shared the information with a minister. I think I shouldn't mention names, but I did share it, and as well as with senior advisors to the president himself. I never informed the president personally, but I certainly gave the message through, which, by the way, I'm obliged by law to do.
Is Eskom a feeding trough, if you like, for the ANC?
I would say the evidence suggests that it is. I expressed my concern to a senior government minister about attempts, in my view, to water down governance around the $8.5 billion that, by and large, through Eskom's intervention, we got at COP26. And the response was essentially, you know, you have to be pragmatic. You have to, in order to pursue the greater good, you have to enable some people to eat a little bit.
What?
So yes,
Yep.
it is.
Yep.
Really? That's stupid. Good morning, JR. I'm glad you're here. Good to see you.
Yeah. Just to give you a sense of the general vibe in South Africa.
Yeah.
And that's, like, I need to make this clear. Like, corruption it's normal. It's an extra line item in doing business here.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's so normal that these guys don't even have any shame in saying this to the CEO of the power station. And,
Right.
you know, you need to, if you want
Come
to get
on,
things
play
done,
ball.
you need to, yeah.
Yeah.
You need to let people eat.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what will happen is that they'll hamstring every effort you try to make to save the power station. So they'll you know, just red tape. Oh, you haven't filed this. Oh, you haven't done that, but you haven't completed this. Oh yeah, I know we're supposed to get back to you. We'll get back to you soon. Soon turns into months, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's essentially what happens. And if you're not willing to pay the necessary, you know, the people you need to pay, then nothing's going to get done.
Yeah.
It's much like sort of like you have to pay a fee to get things done. It's like the mafia. It's like
Mm-hmm.
you know, like how people talk about protection money, like
Mm-hmm.
you know, these gangs. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you sort of need to pay some sort of tax to these guys in order to get them to do their jobs. And they don't care because they have power. They have means to get you know, alternative means to get power. Their fuel is paid for by the state. Their cost of essentially most of their cost of living is paid for by the state. A lot of these ministers and stuff like that. So they don't care about the effects of their corruption on the rest of the country. You know,
Sounds like they need a blackout.
Sounds like they need a mob, honestly.
Yeah.
Because you know, one of the problems we have relates to this stuff is that people are stealing cables. that connects to from substations to houses, and you know, however many meters they dig and take it, and you go inside for scrap metal, just like they do with railway lines, and yeah, so it's like these people don't care because they have, you know, just to make my point, finish my point on that. These people steal cables, right? And mobs will find them, and then they'll like beat them to death. Recently, what happened is I think 4 electricians were beaten to death because the mob thought they were trying to steal cables.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. South Africa's it's a wild country, and
Yeah.
you can die for the most simple thing. Even you can die for even doing your job, just because someone else thought you're doing something else and kill you.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. And who's going to talk?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So what happens across the country is that you have more inequality because the people who don't have, like the have-nots, are screwed by the government, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens is that the haves have less incentive to invest in the country, right?
Right.
Because of the corruption and just the overall decay. So the have-nots are even more reliant on the government, and perhaps turn to crime, which further, you know, fuels this cycle, right? And if you part of the haves, your job is to get as far away from the have-nots as possible, and to isolate yourself in whatever way possible. You get private security, you get all sorts of security measures on your house, you get private schooling, you get private hospitals. Everything is privatized for most of whatever encompasses the life of a have. And then for the have-nots, it's just you have to wait on the government, or you commit crime, because if the government's not going to give it to you, you're not going to get it from a job, because there are hardly any of those going around. So you have to steal now. And then worse yet, our cops are incompetent. They get robbed.
Right.
So-
Right.
So where's the fear for you don't have fear of cops really? Like, when are they going to get you? Like an hour from now, 2 hours from now?
Right. And then when they come, why don't you just get them instead?
Yeah, yeah. We have a whole saying referring to soft drinks. We call them cool drinks inside, and it's a euphemism for a bribe, because and it's why, like, it's every South African knows what that word means, because we know that cops can be bribed. Like, whatever you do, just give them a couple of $100. Really, it's slide. Come on now.
Right.
You want to get a driver's license? You can't get a driver's license. It's even harder to get a driver's license because the guys expect you to bribe. So you'll go to a testing center. You'll get you get the, you know, do the whole driver's test, and then at the end of it, they'll just tell you, "Oh, you failed." You'll be like,
Right.
what? Where? You didn't do your observations correctly. So what? It's like, yeah, you failed. So what are we supposed to do about that? That's happened to me, right?
What?
And I remember at the time I was like, what do you mean? What are we supposed to do about that? But I, not knowing, that was the cue.
Oh shit, Emmanuel! What did you do for your driver's license?
That was the cue for me
you
to
brought
bribe
money,
the guy.
right?
No,
No, so you didn't get it.
no, I didn't get it at the time. So yeah, it's just you have to you have to now ask around which drivers centers are better, like which ones are less corrupt, you know?
That's fucked
Because
up.
if you don't go there, those same guys were protesting recently because of the fact that oh no, not them, the driving schools were the ones protesting because they have to pay those guys in order for their students to pass, right? Because if you as a driving school have start to get like a reputation of having students that fail obviously starts to affect the business.
Right.
So the driving schools are now complaining about the fact that the guys who do the license testing have increased the bribery fee beyond that which is feasible for the driving school centers. So it's like so now it's become like a huge wedge financially that makes just running things in the economy like impossible.
Yeah.
Because that person wants his bribery money, but perhaps the person who needs to pay it doesn't have the means to pay it. The
Right.
business that needs to pay it doesn't have the means to pay it. So the business goes out of business. Those people lose their jobs, and it's like a whole
Right.
cycle of just decay. Yeah, due to the
Right.
fact that at some point someone wants to be bribed. You know, everyone wants to be bribed.
Right.
Yeah, you can bribe for anything. Take I'll talk about like ESCOM, the power station. There are people in like Soweto who like the what was it, the municipality owes the power station billions of rands due to the fact that people have illegal connections and all sorts of things that they do to extract money from the power station, right? And then the guys will say, I remember listening to one of them talk on the news. You're saying we just want to pay $100 flat fee and be allowed to use as much electricity as we want. That's 100 rand, which is what in dollars? 100 divided by 18, right? So let's just say it's a fifth of that. Let's say it's $20. They want to pay $20 a month and be able to use as much electricity, like uncapped electricity, essentially.
Mm-mm.
And how does that work? How is that supposed to work?
Oh,
Now
okay.
imagine,
So,
yeah,
just for a
Oh,
brief interjection, Mr. Uncle Guns has been waiting for so long,
yeah, he
oh
and
has.
yeah, yeah.
he
Sorry,
wants to say
sorry. It's just been
something.
going on about
He
Yeah.
has
yeah.
been very
Sorry, Guns.
modest to keep
By the
quiet for
way,
so long.
yeah, I don't intend to stream later. By the way, Guns, thank you for this is your first time joining this panel, sir. Isn't it?
Hello, hello, mic check.
Are you there?
Mr. Uncle Guns. Uh,
Go ahead
Yeah,
and
he
keep
popped
talking.
into.
Let me sort this out.
There you go.
Oh yeah, there
We
you
can
go.
hear
oh,
you.
yes, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Loud
Okay.
and clear.
Loud and clear.
Is this your first time
I
on here?
don't know. I go on so many streams that
It's the first time you've graced my panel with your presence, sir.
well, it's tremendous to be here. It's tremendous to
Thank
be here
you.
especially with you you fine gentlemen here as always. Always a great conversation, some great stuff always happening here on the Good Mother channel. I keep my I have a web that I still keep in contact with what goes on in certain sectors, in the U.S. community, should I say?
Yeah.
And this isn't really what I'm about to say isn't really news per se, but I have a theory behind it. I'll explain first, and then I'll explain my theory. What just happened is that in the U.S. military, branch wide, all branches, they basically they changed the maternity leave for women. You now get 3 months, and if you look into the paperwork, you can easily extend that to 4, 5, 6 months of
Oh, wow.
paid leave.
Hmm.
And it used to be a little bit less than that. So basically, try to break it down as easily as I can. So when a female in the military, you know, comes up with child, you are immediately put on what they call LLD, limited light duty, which means you you don't deploy, you don't go on a ship, you don't go overseas. You know, they put you on, basically, you know, they put you on light duty. You shuffle paperwork, you do, you know, the easy jobs, basically. So if you pop prego, as we like to call it,
if you get knocked up.
Yeah, if you get knocked up.
Yeah.
So you get limited light duty, which means you do less work than everybody else. You are immediately disqualified for deployment or any kind of, you know, service.
Yep.
You don't have to go anywhere. You don't go overseas. You don't go on a ship. You don't go anything like that. So if you extend this out, and you start, you know, tabletop gaming, as a lot of military guys like to do, you can extend this out and say, well, if you really think about it, you get to you pop prego, you show up, you know, you have a limited work day. You basically get to go home early. Then you get 3 to 6 months, you know, paid maternity leave. Then after the child's born, well, now guess what? You get to show up later than everybody else because, you know, I gotta take the child to, you know, school. I gotta take the child to daycare. Then you get to leave earlier than everybody else because, you know, I gotta pick up the child from daycare. And you know, oh, by the way, my child's not feeling well. My child's sick, so you know, I gotta. So basically, they made it to where you can work a 20 to 30 hour work week, get paid the same salary as everybody else, and do less than half the work.
Yeah.
And if you really plot it out correctly, you know, if a person could, you know, the system is set up to where a person could game the system, do this, have 3 or 4 children within a 10-year period, and really not do anything. It's basically almost it's universal basic income light. It's a light version. It's a lower calorie light version of, you know, universal basic income. And then there's, you know, because of the military and government programs, you could do this for 10 years. And, you know, anywhere between 8 to 10 years, let's be fair, 7, 8, 10 years. And then you, after years of doing this, you automatically qualify for VA assisted housing. So you could claim this, you could pop out a couple of kids, claim some sort of disability and then hardship, and then claim your VA, you know, housing and utilities, electricity, water, all that in government subsidized housing, which is, you know, the VA housing is like Section 8, but a little bit better for those of you who know what Section 8 is. So basically, you know, you get you can make, you know, up to $60,000 a year only working a 20 to 30 hour work week, and then basically do this for 7 to 10 years, and then retire, claim disability, and get another steady paycheck, and then you still get free housing and benefits after the 7 to 10 year period of having kids. And oh, by the way, they don't ask who the father is. If you're prego,
I was going to say, this could be our solution for our very extremely low birth rate in our country.
Right. That's exactly what I said. And just to be fair, the 3-month maternity leave also applies to paternity leave. So that's the one thing that they did do that was actually on the bright side, is if you're a father and you're expecting with your wife, you now can take that 3-month time period paid off of work. So you
That's
know,
kinda
it
cool.
kind of incentivizes it kind of incentivizes you to have a kid. And you know, those of you that have been in the military, you know, and those of you who don't know, when you have a kid, everything's paid for.
Yeah.
Your paid for, your doctor visits, your
Yep.
OBGYN visits,
Everything. Yep.
the cost of having the child itself,
Yep.
all the doctor's care, all the nurses' care, it's all paid for by tax dollars.
Yeah.
So it incentivizes the males to have children. So it when you think about it, if you draw it out, if you stretch it out,
Yeah.
it actually is a roundabout way of admitting that not only does the military have a population problem, but the U.S. as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, good morning, Primo. Yeah, no, that's actually good news. I
Yeah,
think that's good news.
but it is good news, but it incentivizes the females to get paid for doing nothing.
Well,
It has worked before, but it doesn't work that way. Let me just interject for a second. It is high time that I interject, because this is one thing that I wanted to ask all of the panelists, including Emmanuel, including Good Mother, and Mr. Uncle Camps. So basically, what you are alluding to is that apart from all the perks and perquisites and benefits which women could acquire via on LLD, light duty, so to speak, and popping out 3 to 4 kids, which would incentivize them to do so.
right.
80% of women, first of all, fail the fitness test according to female standards, not on male standards. I mean, that would go over the head of uh, perhaps 1 or 2% of women would be able to clear.
Um, mm,
Don't do that, Emmanuel. I'm scared.
yeah, that is a manual. What the hell was that, dude? Oh, I think.
It's a voice morphing software. I
Yeah.
also had that. I did that for you, right?
No, but this is different. I think he might be losing
Yeah,
something.
there are no more physical standards.
No,
The
but
Right. Right.
yes,
it
but my
it used
question, if I could complete, sir, with your permission,
yes, please go ahead.
uh, I wanted to ask you that apart from that, would an E5 would be able to jump on the deck of her, on the deck of her supervisor E7 mentor, like one Paraloka Puta Madre did very recently in the case of Real Femme Sapien?
Them skanking.
Femme Skankian.
Yeah. That's what Anthony's calling her, from skanking.
Is that also possible? Because we should not talk about adultery in military.
Oh no, there are no more physical standards for anybody.
Yeah.
All you've got to do is pass boot camp, and boot camp is basically, you know, it's basically a joke nowadays. You know, if you sign your name on the line, you know, come in, and now they, if it used to be, if you had three physical if you had three fitness test failures, you were out.
Hmm.
They start the paperwork, and they separate you from the military. But now, if you know, if you've had, they've scrubbed everybody's numbers. Okay, this isn't news. You can go find this. Go look it up. They've if you've had any physical fitness failures going back to 2019, they've erased them all.
Hmm.
They've erased them all. They've erased all the if you've had any failures, they erase it. And if you have a failure now, you know, all they do is put you in a you know, a physical program where you have to show up, and you know, you have to show up earlier, and and basically it's like a fitness class. But there's no more accountability for physical fitness tests, military wide, because that's how badly they need people right now. They can't. The retention rate is terrible. The recruitment rate is even worse, and yeah, it's going to come out sooner or later. You hear it and you see it here and there on the lamestream media here and there, but it's it comes and goes. It's a blip on the news radar. Yeah. Oh, the military's hurting hardcore. Oh, look at this, balloons.
Yeah, you know what though, Guns? I think everywhere seems to be hurting. Everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Like every business, every company, I think it's just a symptom of what our society's doing right now. Emmanuel said his connection is messing up, probably load shedding in the neighboring suburb. Gotta go charge before it comes this side. Third world problems. Thanks for the chat. Thanks, Emmanuel, for coming up and sharing all that. I want to see you in Better Bachelor. Joker, have a freaking interview, man. You should reach out to him. I bet he'd like to talk to you. Well, that's interesting, Guns.
Oh yeah. It's getting very interesting out there.
In India, I have mentioned some things in the Discord server. 7-day menstrual leave for women who are working in the government departments.
Menstrual leave. So every month.
Every month, 7 day. Because we understand the pain of our sisters, the politicians, because they want to garner votes.
Wait, so
they kowtow in front of women and fold their hands.
Every 3 weeks you get a week off.
Yes, and apart from that, university has given a menstrual leave to female students because it takes a toll upon them, isn't it?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And apart from that, they need all the gender quotas just like America. SOSO.
Oh, that's fucking ridiculous, contriver.
You see India falling before America.
Right after fucking South Africa. I don't know.
No,
Germany's not doing too hot either.
It is a very cold winter that has happened in Germany this year.
Well, Guns, since this is your first time up here, is there anything else you want to?
No, I got nothing. I mean,
yeah.
I got nothing.
Would you rather like to expound upon any of the notions that military related, or how this wokeness came in the military? Actually, my hypothesis is, if the society has gone woke, then why not Corporal Emma could have 2 moms?
Well, the wokeness has always been there. If you really, the wokeness has always been there. It starts small in what Gramsci referred to as, if you look at the Gramsci plan, and I suggest everyone go read it. If you look at the Gramsci model, then the idea was incrementalism, was introduce something and then see how much it gets pushed back, and then remove 90% of it, and you've made a 10% gain. You've made even if it's a 1% gain, you've made and over time you end up taking over entirely. It's the old give them an inch and they'll eventually take a mile kind of thing.
Like a salami slicing strategy.
Right. I mean, the wokeness has always been there. Towards the end of my career, I got in a lot of trouble. I know it's shocking, but I got in a lot
What? You? No.
for voicing, like, okay, let's talk about terms and definitions here. What
Yeah.
does the term work mean? What does the term work mean? Well, we want equal work for equal pay. Okay, well, now we got to start asking equal work for equal pay. What does the term work mean? So
Right.
if again, if you stretch it out and expand upon it, well, why? I think you gentlemen were speaking of it earlier in the chat, was if if the if the females don't have the exact same physical fitness tests as the males, and
Right.
they're still getting the same pay,
Hmm?
you know, how's that fair? "Quote
It's
unquote
not.
fair."
It's
It's
not.
not. So, you know, exerting yourself in a physical fitness test would be the pretty much textbook definition of work.
Right.
You're exerting energy to produce a desired result.
Hmm.
So, but the wokeness has always been there. It's the old, you know, the old MGTOW law of they want all the authority but no responsibility, and the men get
Hmm.
all the responsibility but no authority.
Right. Yeah.
And what happens with any society or civilization where men have infinite responsibilities but zero authority? It fails. It
Yeah.
disintegrates. It gets
Yeah.
pulverized. As a society becomes less masculine, it is conquered by rival masculine civilizations and
Mm.
kingdoms and empires.
Yeah. This one's being conquered from within, though.
Yep.
Most of even the KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov used to say, most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to their lack of moral standards.
Yes.
Yeah. Even those of us old enough to remember, or having seen the playback, when who was it that came to America and slammed the shoe on the podium and said, "We will bury you." Even even what Gorbachev, when Gorbachev basically surrendered to Reagan in front of the entire world. He he was asked about, does this mean you won, you lost the Cold War? He said, no, we will have we will win the Cold War without ever having fired a shot, because the Americans are headed to the same path as the
Right.
Soviet Union in the 1950s.
Right.
He
Right.
knew it. He knew it, and
I
they
mean, let us just reminisce the past from the 1960s. In 1963, in Madison Square Garden, uh, there was a rally held of the Communist Party of USA, and it was chaired by some organizers who go by the name Alexander Trachenberg. And he said that if we use the word communism or comrade, it has been the American mind or the Western mind in general has become a little bit of featherhead regarding these epithets. So we just need to bring in via the back door,
Mm.
and that would be through identity politics, through anything. I mean, the most famous feminazi, who was her? I'm just forgetting her name. She said feminism is just Marxism in high heels.
Mm. By the way, good morning, Kish. Hey,
Mr.
Braxton.
Kush, thank you, sir. Good morning.
7-7.
Well, shit, gentlemen. It's 11.
Yep. I'm gonna bounce myself. It's been real.
Yeah, thank you for coming up and sharing that. That's it's good and bad news. As long as they don't make rank. I mean, okay, say these breeders, we'll just call them breeders. They can have a livelihood. They could be in the military. They can clean the bathrooms. You know, they can have the babies. They can take the leave. They just can never. They can never surpass an enlisted one.
Yeah, no. You still get to take the advancement exam, and you still get to pass, and you still get to make rank.
No, I don't like it.
That's the way it is.
The system is designed to fail, good mother. Come on.
Fine. We'll just let it go. Let it collapse. Watch it. I've actually been enjoying the show. So I've been seeing lots of good reading
I-
going
Well, we could
on.
see the stars in your eyes, anyways.
Yeah.
I kind of agree but disagree with the whole collapse thing. It's preventable, but nobody wants to do it because
I know.
they still either admittingly or unawareingly still participate in
Hmm.
in the system.
Oh, they're aware. They're
They're
fucking aware.
I'm saying like they say, well, the big one, I live in the South, so it's, oh, well, China this and China that and China this. Come on, honey, let's go to Walmart.
Right.
Bro,
Right.
you're participating in the system, Oh, well,
Right.
the lefties this and the lefties that and the lefties this. Oh, I'm gonna buy this phone. I'm gonna shop online at Amazon and get my stuff delivered because reasons.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
participating in the system.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop participating in the system.
Well, on that note, gentlemen, I appreciate you coming up and chatting, sharing that, Gun. And if anybody hasn't seen it yet, actually, Anthony and Jeff Younger had a conversation yesterday.
Tremendous.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, from what I caught, it was good. Ooh, let me share that. They were talking about fatherhood.
Anthony? Who is Anthony?
Yeah, Anthony Johnson from 21 Studios. I know when I say that, a lot of people are like, ah.
Oh.
But
okay. It is a bitter pill to swallow, but whatever. At least in that regard, he is doing a noble job because he is giving voice to the voiceless.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Yeah, they did a live stream. There we go. Fatherhood. I'm going to share this. Guns, did you see the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm always there.
Yeah. I always see you in the chat.
I'm always there.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Yeah, check it out. It's good stuff.
And let us just conclude.
Yes.
Because it has been 4 hours and you have to do something, and it is 9:42 p.m. over here.
I know.
So I also have to eat dinner and sleep.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is Monday. Okay, so gentlemen, it has been a privilege having you tonight, and Mr. JR, Mr. Braxton, my brother from another mother, Mr. Primo, Mr. Kush, Uncle Guns,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Woody Johnson, Mr. Iridium Kush, sir, good sir, you people rock. and
Oh,
you
and
are the
Emmanuel, thank
backbone.
you. Emmanuel,
Emmanuel
thank you.
is brother from another mother, so
I know.
I mean, he knows me better than anybody else because he lives in the same. We are the legatees of the British Empire.
Right. Yeah. All right. Let's end this. Good night,
Kill it.
everybody.